Rock and soul, rock and soul. Why, hello there. Okay, let me scroll back down on chat. Make sure I didn't miss anything. How is everyone? It has been 42 years. I am old. But yes. I know. Everybody's been chatting. It's been a great day. But I had to put the word out to the Discord that if people are wanting to play King of the Castle, then that is what we shall be doing here very, very shortly. It should probably switch to a different song now that we have started. And pray forgive me, I am still somehow waking up, even though I have been up for 2 hours, I swear. Let's, my cease, desist, aid. You made it, buddy. I was just about to switch. We'll use Wii Shop music for a bit. Because I like Wii Shop music. How are you doing this evening? Also, Medi, meet Aid. Aid, meet Medi. You're both very flamboyant cowboys. Have fun. This is the cowboy I was talking about, Medi, but it seems you've already beat me to it. I mean, I can go further. I do like to be flamboyant myself, though most of my outfits are black shirts and shorts. But they're very nice looking black shirts with different designs on them. They just all happen to be black, because that's like the only shirt the store sells. I can't win. But how is everyone today? I know I haven't streamed in forever. I was playing Dawn Trail up until about, actually, I was playing Dawn Trail Final Fantasy XIV as late as last night before I went to bed. You know what's funny, Jay? We beat 9 souls 9 days before my Streamaversary. How you like them apples? Let me get King of the Castle pulled up because it's going to take a minute for people to trickle in. Yeah, I was really into ZZZ whenever the closed beta was happening. Doesn't seem to want to work properly on the phone now, which is weird. It worked better in the closed beta on iPhone. It's been lagging a lot on the actual iPhone, so I may re-download it for PC again. I can't remember what I played it on in the closed beta. Actually, does this game have music? Oh, it does. Hold on. I did not realize this game had music. It's been that long. Alright, let's see here. Now the question is it going to display? It does! Excellent. Let's see. I think it's New Dynasty. Let's see. I mean, I may just make my monarch name Zaza, but what do y'all think the dynasty name should be? The Den of Dragons. Hey, if androids actually worked, worth a flip. Oh, before I forget, this is the schedule for today. For anyone who has not seen the schedule, this is the schedule. So we're not going to be starting just right this second, but we will be starting soon. Till roughly about 3 p.m. we'll be playing King of the Castle. Starting at 3, we're going to have an anime discussion with Laurel. 5, we're going to do a PS1 inspired retro horror indie called Crow Country with SpeedJ. And 7, this is all in Central Time, by the way. We're going to have Cog over. We're also going to have maybe Leshy. Leshy might be able to stop by. Og, unfortunately, has to work. And then roughly around 9 o'clock, we'll make a determination on whether or not to split up the stream. But we'll have to see how I feel. I've never done a super long one before. So we'll see where we're at 9. But if we keep going, 9 p.m. is when we're going to be doing community games again. So that's things like DRG or just anything multiplayer that chat wants to do. But so we're gonna do Clan Anvil back. I did make sure to get the extension up. So if you're interested in playing along, the extension is on the screen where blurb and sound alerts are. Let's see. Stream. Your friends can join via the internet browser. Stream on Twitch, and your viewers can join. Okay, we want play on Twitch. We've got the Twitch extension. I thought I could choose more than 3 regions. Well, we want the counts. But the counts are my pick. What 3 do you think we should have? RJ, welcome on in, buddy. This is the first time I've streamed in a hot minute. I was playing too many MMOs. To be fair, I also like Vikings, so... Alright. Are there any votes for the Barons or the Patricians? Oh, welcome in, Mio. Welcome in, fellow Binks people. Is there supposed to... Let's see. Give me a second. I forgot to look into this the last time. Does it need a browser source? I know it's changed quite a bit. So I can even log back into this. Oh, hey, that was easy. It's got my old profile picture too. Whoops. Didn't mean to do that. Sorry about that. Let's see. Sorry, bear with me. Streamer tools. Relink Twitch token. Authorize. There we go. Okay, now the Binks is actually working again. Apparently my token had expired. whoops. Yeah, sorry, no spamming here, buddy. I have foiled you. So, Jay, you wanted patricians? We can do patricians. Let's skip the counts then, and we'll do patricians. Because the counts were actually my idea, but let's begin. Alright, now you have the opportunity to join the game. You can either do !join or !join space she. Or sorry, pronoun. !join pronoun. You can also do !join region if you want a specific region. Let's see. Hold on. Let's try this again. If you want a specific region, pick the region after the join as well. So yeah, you'll need to rejoin, Medi. I think you can do join he and then like patricians. Yeah, there you go. So I'll give everybody a little bit to join in for those that wish to join in. While I do make all the decisions, people do actually show up in the game. So let's see here. And the more people you have on your team, the better. Because that means you have more voting power. That is how this game works. I only get to make the choices. Y'all get to make the decisions. I still get to choose what decisions we make. I just don't get the final say. You have to do it backwards, Medi. Oh wait, no, you're in here. It just didn't have you highlighted. Oh, I know what it is. So people who own the game actually have a little flag next to their name. That's where the flag comes from. And actually, let's do this. I don't think I have to join myself. Let's see. No pronoun. Region. Play along. Let me pin this one. There we go. I think that's good enough to get started with. Because, well, let's see, can I skew the numbers? I can skew the numbers. Ah. I am part of the grandees as well. I didn't think that would work. It also puts they, them if you do not put... Oh, good to know. I actually didn't know this. I didn't think I could actually join. Because I thought I was the monarch. But we'll go ahead and get started. Jay, you have your work cut out for you. But at any time, you can join the game and play along. Alright, King of the Castle Primer. Monarch. Acquire an heir, then complete your ambition to win. Your first reign will likely end in disaster. Keep an eye on region schemes. If they pass all their stages, they win. Be careful of a region's defiance, because if it gets too high, the regions may rebel against you. To win, or for the nobles to win, pass all 3 stages of your scheme. Nobles voting. How you vote is up to you. For your region schemes, to stop other schemes, or for the good of the kingdom. If your defiance stat is high enough, you can rebel. This pauses your scheme and is risky, especially if you have low military. Each season will get 3 events to play. Alright, so we can either do the Council Introduction, Coronation, or the Path to Victory. Let's see. What do you think we should do? My loyal subjects, what should this dwarf do? I have to do all 3. And we shall do the Council Introduction. This is your monarch, the streamer's character. They'll appear in most stories, but not all. These are the kingdom stats: authority, treasury, and stability. Then we have our region stats. Defiance is higher than both authority and stability. A region can trigger a rebellion. This will, yeah. You can scroll through the full list of nobles and their wealth here. We're all poor. We must meet the councils of nobles. Introduce myself to the chiefs of the north. This is a player who has bought King of the Castle. Oh, hey, look. It's yeehaw. It's Aid. Good luck in the days ahead, Your Majesty. You'll need it dealing with us a lot. I imagine I will. Introduce myself to the grandees of the South. It's not even North, it's me. That's funny. Introduce yourself.
Avery is just followed.
Avery, welcome in. If you want to help us annoy everybody else, you can join the grandees. Yeah, trust no one, not even me. May the ninth god bless your reign, your highness. I trust you will conduct yourself with honor and faith. And there's Lady Patrician Azure J. A pleasure, your esteemed highness. I hope to see our kingdom prosper and grow wealthy under your reign. Well, I appreciate the follow nonetheless. The council hall immediately fills with raised voices as the nobles argue with each other and demand your favor. Is this what my council is like? No wonder my father told me to avoid the throne at all costs. Coronation. Your Majesty, I've scheduled the coronation to take place in a week's time. Why the hurry? To delay any longer would make the nobles restless. And when they get restless, they take daggers and look to the nearest bag. They wouldn't dare. Y'all are rigged. You should pay more attention to your history books, Your Majesty. The nobles are always plotting. As is tradition, the council will decide what happens at your coronation. But it's my coronation. This isn't an absolute monarchy, Your Majesty. Everything is done by the council, even this. Shall we call the nobles in? Alright, choices and stats. Alright. These are the upcoming choices your nobles will vote on. Each of these may change stats in some way. For the nobles, you'll want to upgrade your stats to match your scheme. You can also change how a vote is run with a law. but you can only use one law per vote. Keep that in mind. When the vote opens, nobles will vote using the command !vote followed by the choice letter. So !vote A, !vote B. And then you have a timer. So you have to be quick. I will not be waiting. Well, I will wait the best I can, but the timer... Laurel, welcome in. How are you this morning? And Jay, you now have a fellow patrician. The Nianabis cat herself has graced you. So this is the list of current players. We got Yeehaw, we got Aid, we got Medi on the Chiefs. Somehow it let me join the game. I'm not really sure how, but I'm under the Grandees with Noth. Patricians are Jay and Laurel. Alright, so the Monarch can take a voting option off the table. Or can I do both? Okay, here are the laws for voting. Host a lavish parade with jugglers and fountain wine. Force the commoners to swear a blood oath. Throw the monarch into a river. The nobles must put on a vast banquet for the monarch. So if you click in the actual stream screen, there's a little icon for King of the Castle. If you click it, it'll tell you your scheme. But we may not know the schemes yet, actually. It might be too early. So, let's see here. We are going to veto throwing the monarch into the river, because no. I refuse to get wet. I refuse. I can only pick one or the other. That makes sense. All right, everybody. Voting time. !vote your choice letter. Oh, sorry, Laurel. You have to also do vote. !vote space A. Oh, it did take it. Oh, no, you did. Okay, who are we missing? There's Nah. Oh, it's a tie. What happens in the event of a tie? Do I get to pick? Blood for the blood god. Of course I'm going to pick blood for the blood god. Why wouldn't I? Now the commoners must swear a blood oath to us. I just wanted to do it. Hey. I can't help it. I gotta vote. I'm technically a monarch as well as a schemer. You attended your coronation. The common citizens of the capital are lined up in a winding queue that loops along a dozen streets. One by one, they are brought before your throne, bowing and scraping. Yeah, so the overthrowing is not actually the goal. If your scheme is to overthrow me, then yes, it's your goal. But that's not always the scheme. Scheme. Last time I played, I got thrown into jail because Noth thought I stole something and he just wanted to throw me in jail. I was a patrician my last game. Authority is now commanding. Stat changes. After a bit of prodding from your watchmen, each citizen slices their palm and smears their blood on my boots, swearing their eternal loyalty. No amount of scrubbing will save my shoes after this. Not my shoes. Those came from an elvish craft person. They're the only shoes that stand up to the heat of the forge. Not my shoes. The last monarch to hold a blood oath ceremony was King Timon the Mad, who also once declared war on the color blue. The peasants muttered darkly that another tyrant now sits on the throne. Oh no. Heir and ambition. The monarch must acquire an heir and complete their ambition to win the game. A spouse is useful but not necessary. Complete your ambition before a scheme or rebellion usurps you, or before you lose all authority, treasury, and stability. That's these 3 stats. These are my 3 stats. These are y'all's stats down here. Your Majesty, the first few years of your reign are the most difficult. You're new and unproven. The nobles of the council will scheme against you, hoping to kick you off the throne and put their own puppet claimant in place. Those fools couldn't scheme their way out of a paper bag. Better monarchs than you have been toppled by their treacherous nobles, Your Majesty. To defeat their schemes, you must secure an heir and prove that you're worthy of the crown by completing an ambition. My question is, when you die, how do you hope the kingdom will remember you? Let's see. As a conqueror, as the greatest monarch who ever lived, as the architect of a new golden age, as a saint, as the parent of the nation, or as a peacekeeper? We don't really have any shared stats between our noble houses. You know what? I know what. We shall be Zaza the Conqueror, a warrior monarch. Is sure to be remembered fondly if they win more battles than they lose. I suggest over the next few years you focus on improving my military as much as possible. Once you have an heir, I will return to discuss how your ambition is progressing. Alright, scheming time. Each region will now vote for one of 3 randomly selected schemes. Schemes are made up of 3 stages with specific stat requirements. Passing all 3 lets you win. Let's see. Scheme Chiefs. Sven of the Medi Cowboy Clan. Charismatic northern hero. Stands precariously on a longhouse crossbeam, spitting as they speak. Chiefs of the North. We all know I should be on the throne, not this imposter monarch Caesar. How do we make that happen? This is only open to the chiefs of the North. So, Aid and Medi, cast your votes. This is your scheme. Lower the faith. You got horns to blow. The chiefs plan to dig up Odheld's legendary horn and use it to take over the kingdom. First, they must win the favor of the gods by diminishing the kingdom's belief in the ninth. To advance their schemes, The chiefs must lower the combined total of all regions' faith to 12 or less in 4 Dude, y'all are goated right now. You only have to lower it by 1. We're at 13 faith. Oh, this is great. Y'all got y'all's work cut out for you. Alright. The Grandees, this is Noth and I. Xavier of the Nothiel lineage. Powerful former priest. Stands bathed in sunshine. Droning on as in a daze. A false pretender occupies the throne. While my claim is ignored. Grandees of the South. This is a stain on our honor. We must not allow it to go unanswered. Wait, what can I not add? What can I not add? Yeah, my brain just instantly went to 13. I'm not sure why. Alright, what we voting for, Noth? What we voting for? My farming is the easiest. We got 10 seconds. Let's see. I'm gonna go with Noth for these because I don't want to skew the results. That and I can't remove myself. That's not actually a possibility. Doppelganger, lower own defiance. I guess it can go to 0. The Grandees plan to swap the real monarch for a perfect doppelganger. First, they must gain the trust of the Spy Master. They must keep their defiance at 4 or less in 4 seasons. Oh, that's going to be easy. Here we go. Titus of the Fragrant Bog Laurel family. Powerful business mogul, scribbles with a well-used quill on a hardwood desk, explaining in measured prose. Fellow patricians of the coast. My claim to the throne is far more legitimate than that of Monarch Zaza. Something must be done. Jay and Laurel, now it is your time to vote. Magic is pretty cool. I have to give you that. I do love me some sorcery. Gold, raise authority. The patricians plan to make a bargain with a wizard. I'm sorry, wizard. I don't know why I said wizard. These immortal spellcasters seldom get involved in political squabbles. But perhaps if the monarch was considered a threat to their autonomy. To advance their scheme, the patricians must raise authority to 5 or more in 2 seasons. Currently, we are at 6. So currently, you don't have to do much. Unless it falls for some reason. Here you can review the region's schemes and their claimants. When you have an heir, they will appear on the right of this page. If your reign ends abruptly, the nobles will vote for the next monarch. The vote is between the 2 regions with the highest combined stats. and your heir if you have one. The laws of the land. Now we can adopt a law that alters how voting is run. You'll be able to adopt more once a year at the end of winter. You can only adopt one law at a time and have a maximum of 3 laws to use. Let's see. 600 plus 600 treasury if the nobles vote for the selected opinion option. If not, minus 200. Welcome in, Tissues. Welcome in, fellow Binks viewers. Let's see. Monarch's Iron Choice. Their monarch can mark their preferred voting option. If chosen, they gain +1 authority. Nobles must vote for their least favorite option, and the option with the least votes will pass. The reverse voting is honestly the best option, because it makes you think twice about what you're going to vote for. Alright, what we got? We got the Honor Guard, a new contraption, and Saint or Sinner. Yep, now you gotta stay aware. Let's go visit our friends in the north. Your Majesty, a chief by the name of Yeehaw Its Aid wants to present you with a new invention. Your Majesty, we are entering the modern age, a more humane age. Yet botched executions are commonplace. Decapitation where the head doesn't come off, or hangings where it does. No more! Behold, a merciful machine for removing heads quickly and painlessly. I call it the Yeehaw Its Aid. You called it the Yeehaw Its Aid? He swishes away a cloth to reveal a huge machine of iron and wood. It has a hole for someone to place their head, or something else, and a heavy blade dangling ominously above it. The sight sends a chill down your spine. You want to name this horrible thing after yourself? It's awful. How efficient. Precisely. With the Yeehaw Its Aid, you'll send 12 heads a-rolling in the time it'd take an ordinary executioner to chop through a single neck. With a little funding, Your Majesty, I can distribute the Yeehaw Its Aid across the kingdom. Look, fine, but we are not calling it the Yeehaw Its Aid. But no, I actually like that name. We're going to bring it to the council. Fund a nationwide rollout. Let's see. Tested on Chief Yeehaw Aid itself. Ban this horrid contraption. You know what? I don't care. Fund a nationwide rollout. All right, everybody. It's voting time. Make your choice. No. I added an extra vote. Aid. Why? But yeah, sadly I can only use one law at a time. We have funded the Yeehaw Its Aid. And if I recall correctly, I lose 1,000, y'all gain 750. Oh no, Aid gets more money. and their trade is now modest. Hundreds of Yeehaw's aides are built in the Northern Workshop and sent to courthouses all over the kingdom. Soon you're chopping through the backlog of condemned prisoners with unprecedented speed and unprecedented mercy. Authority is now imperious. Alright, let's go visit the grandees, saint or sinner. Noble patrician, fragrant bog Laurel. Hey, Laurel, look, it's you. All I'm saying is every grandee claims to have a saint in his ancestry. Your great-great-grandfather was probably a common dullard. Oh! Laurel just insulted you. Shut your mouth, you hedge-born puzzlewit. His name was Saint Umber, and he defeated the werewolf of Erenjar by turning it to dust in an instant, according to my grandmother. Well, if you're so sure, how about a little wager? A bag of gold says your ancestor was no saint. You're on! Let's see. What's all this? Please don't break it into it. Not another petty dispute. Noble patrician Fragrantbog Laurel is spreading damnable lies about my great-great-grandfather. If you really think he was a saint, then dig him up. Saints are incorruptible even after death. They don't decay. Very well. I request the council's permission to exhume my ancestor and prove this fool wrong. Challenges. Some choices have uncertain outcomes, called challenges. These can be either random or based on a stat. Okay, here are our choices. Grant permission to have the body exhumed. It's a faith % chance that it'll work. No dead people stay underground. That will cause your defiance to go up. Ask the Archbishop to check church records instead. That requires stability % chance. You know what? You can't defy me. Make your choice, A or B. Sorry, A or C. Oh, sure. I got to vote with North. It's only fair. I must scheme for the scheme. Grant permission for... Now, it can still fail. It's a % chance based on your faith. Which our faith is high. God bless your holiness. Now where's my shovel? Oh! We failed even though we have high faith. No! A few days later, the body is exhumed from its resting place in the southern necropolis. You are horrified to discover nothing more than a moldering skeleton. Some saint, I think you owe me an apology. By the 9th, I was so sure. Word quickly spreads of Grandee Nothiel's humiliation, and faith in the church weakens as a result, so everybody's faith went down. I for sure we were going to succeed that with 7 faith. All right, the honor guard. Now that you are monarch, you need personal protection. Why, I could plunge your sword into your heart right now, could I not? Ah, I'd like to see you try. Is it your imagination, or does your marshal stifle a wry chuckle? In any case, she quickly hides it. You need honor guard to keep you safe from such dangers, your majesty. Unfortunately, this is a political decision. But what about the palace watch? Hoorah! Don't make me laugh, your majesty. These tin soldiers can keep out the riffraff, but do you expect them to stand up to a warlock? A child of the Viper, or me for that matter? Aww. poor palace guard. What do you recommend? Each region offers a selection of elite gods. The chiefs with their most famous warrior heroes, the patricians with their champion gladiators, and the grandees of the Sisterhood of Steel. Think carefully, your majesty. The loyalties will be divided between you and the region. Of course, you could just hire foreign mercenaries. They'd be loyal to coin above all others. Tell me about these northern warriors. Bearded oafs with axes and no manners. They'll get drunk and cause trouble at the palace. No discipline at all. Maybe. No discipline at all, but I can guarantee they won't run off on some random quest. They're honorable and in fight undefeatable. The Coastal Warriors, a gang of low-born crooks who have turned themselves into celebrities through their skill at chopping other people to bits. They're vain and selfish. Their skill in battle is undeniable, but can you trust them? Terrifying warriors, and they've sworn a vow of silence, so at least they won't spill state secrets. But their faith and loyalty is to the church and nothing else. A band of fearsome mercenaries from the Tatterlands called the Battle-Bitten Brethren. They specialize in bodyguard work, but they're costly. I have made my decision. Wait, why does this go down and up? You know what? I'm going all in on being a warrior king. Northern warriors. Oh, it gives your defiance to everybody else. So you're welcome, Jay. The warrior heroes arrive a few weeks later. They swagger in with big grins and bigger axes, belching and singing and roaring out unsavory jokes. One of your courtiers faint. Excellent. Bodyguards fit for a dwarf. Oh, it's end of season. Scheming time. Nobles can use their wealth to bid on any building in a region, each of which affects a stat. This is done through an auction, where only the two most funded buildings are chosen. When the auction is open, nobles can fund with their personal with the following command: exclamation fund a X, where X is personal wealth. So let's say you wanted the library down there. If you did exclamation fund space C space 1,000, you would fund the library by 1,000. When you're ready, hit the start auction button. Do we have any questions before I open up the auction? I'll give you a minute to decide on which building that you're voting on. Remember to check your scheme. Like, for instance, the grandees, we just need to lower our defiance. I can't tell you about anything else. Yep, only top 2 get funded, so I'll give you another minute to decide before I open up the voting. All right. I am opening up the auction. Aid. See, Noth, we have the master plan. We're saving our money. I mean, you're welcome to fund what you want, Jay. If you don't want to waste your money, you don't have to. But it looks like D and E, so observatory and monument. So we have 420. It was still D and F regardless. So we get faith. Faith goes down by 1. Oh yeah, I guess it did. Well, that sucks for the patrician, or that sucks for the chiefs of the north. Wait, no, they wanted it under 12. See, military went down. Whose military went down? Oh, I get it now. It applies only to... Well, no. Military doesn't seem to have gone down. Oh well. I didn't check to see what our military was beforehand. All right. Look, Jay. The coast. Plague ship. Marshal, the Royal Navy has stopped a ship in the harbor. At Thalassus, Your Majesty. It's a merchant vessel from Donia. And the crew have come down with some kind of plague. The captain refuses to go home, saying his crew need food and medical attention before offloading any cargo. It's Lady Patrician Azure J. That ship is carrying fine silks and rare dyes worth thousands. I don't care what happens to the crew. We need to secure those goods. Tell me more about this plague. High fevers, oozing pustules, and uncontrollable vomiting. Sounds like creeping scourge, which bumped off half of the kingdom a few centuries ago. Why? Jay, thank you for the sub to Laurel. Oh, I didn't think to toss in a sub counter. I should write that down. Because I got to keep track of the subs. Ow.
Azure J gifted a tier 1 subscription to Yeehaw.
Thank you, Jay. You didn't have to do that, but I appreciate it. Now you can avoid the ads. Haha. See, there's a method to the madness. We are going to take a small break during the ads, though. All right, so let's see what we got here. If we allow the ship to dock and offload its good, we're screwed. 2 of the options give defiance, while also killing... Jay.
Azure J gifted a tier 1 subscription to Nathiel.
That's one way to do it, Jay. Just do it specifically. Oh, this is gonna suck either way. There is no good option here. Why? Cease. Desist. Now I'm covered in slime from monkfish. Why have you done this? We are gonna veto allow the ship to dock. Make your bed and lie in it. Make your beds and lie in it. Hey, I'm trying to protect my kingdom here, sir. As much as I want to blood, murder, and pillage. This is a 50-50 chance, so we might still be screwed. Let's find out. Are we screwed or are we screwed? Oh. That was the most poor timing of a button I've ever seen. The dyes and skills are carried into port, much to Lady Patrician Azure J's satisfaction. The crew are left to wait out the infection on the ship. Yes, we succeeded. The coast. Trade is now opulent. Defiance is now cordial, and Jay gets $300. Fortunately, no plague is reported in Thalassus. That they are. But we will continue because I believe everybody participating. Well, actually, no. Let's take a quick break. If you need to stretch your feet, stretch your legs, now is the time. We got 2 minutes roughly left on the ads. I am not going to change screen during the ads though, because it's only 3 minutes. Yep. So I tried to find one. There's not really a sub counter that I can utilize without having to restart the entire stream, or at least I haven't found one yet. So that may not be doable, Jay. If you can find me one that I can set up without actually having to like install a plugin or something, I'll use it, but that may have to wait for another stream. Because I'm going to have to sit through all of these different posts. Max, welcome in, buddy. You know, that's a good idea. Here, let me do. I will hydrate in just a moment. Let me actually throw this on here. Because Jay just actually gave me a decent idea. Let's see. Timer. Oh wait, commands, custom, add, dream. No. Anniversary. We'll just do anniversary. Do this. We don't want that. Submit. Timer. Add. Oh. Should have just put that in the timer. Well, now it's exclamation point anniversary, so you have that. I'm getting it set up on a timer, which probably should have thought about that beforehand. We'll do that every 20 minutes. Well, no, every 30 minutes. No reason to do it more than that. Oh, whoops. Got to put a name for it. All right, now Nightbot can do it for you. Bot to add to these. Let's see. Command custom. There is such a. I once had such a counter. Let's see. It's a counter. No, that's not it. That's also not it. I just want a counter. I have long since lost my counter. Of course, everybody, Nightbot, why? Bot. I'm just gonna do regular counter because Nightbot's the Google is being stupid about giving me what I want. I got rid of a lot of my counting ones a long time ago. Maybe it's still on Papa's. I'll catch up on the chat in a minute. Let's see. Where's the clear command? That's gonna have to wait too. Even Nightbot doesn't have a good way to grab it. It would take too long for me to set up. You can do things in StreamerBot Live, but I also don't know how to do a count command in StreamerBot. But stretch. Drink. There is a count command. The problem is if you accidentally mess it up, you can only increment it by 1. And the only one Nightbot seems to do effectively is how many people are currently subscribed, and I could literally care less about that. Let's see. But we can try this. Let's see. Yeah, I wish I could see more about art counts. Or more about the art fights. Yep, me and Noth have the same birthday. Let's see if this actually works. And grab this. Let me go check Nightbot because I'm going to change the command name. Sorry, we'll get back to King of the Castle in just a moment. If you wish to join in, you can hit !join and pick your region from the blue, yellow, and green over there. Let's see. Oh, I'm still on his. Let's see. Oh, it didn't change it. Yeah, no, it did. Okay, so I think we were up to 4. Exclamation sub count. Might reset sub count. Jay, how many subs were we up to? 4? I have 4. Or was it 3? Sadly, it can only do it in increments of 1. There's no way to make it go more than that. Sadly. So, it may not be worth it to use. I need to look into a live one that does it live, which as I said, that'll take too long to do on this stream. I'll have to think about it for another stream. It's something I need to implement anyways. Nightbot can't do it. And anything that would be done live, I would more than likely have to reset everything and restart the stream. Oh, I gotta get rid of that at some point. You would think that there would be a readily available tool that you could just plug into OBS, and there isn't. Which is kind of silly in my opinion. Let's see. Modules. Yeah, and Google is literally turning up 0. I don't know why Google is having such a hard time finding a live sub counter, which I know a billion people use, but Google won't give me anything worth of value. But that might be the way to go at the moment. Nope, not that. How do I modify you? No. Properties. Here we go. There we go. We'll just do that for the time being. Got it up here at the top. It will do. It will do. And I'll look into a live one later. All right, back to the plague ship. Back to King of the Castle. Let me get back to here so I can see my viewer count. Fortunately, no plague is reported in Thalassus or anywhere along the coast. 2 months later, the Navy boarded the quarantine ship and found nothing but corpses. Wow, Jay, we saved your resources, but at the cost of your own men. Wow. All right, to the south for the abomination. Oh, Nothiel, what did you do now? Your Highness, I have something to confess. I made a terrible mistake. I was so desperate to prove that my ancestor Saint Umba was a saint after all, so I sought out a witch who lived in a giant snail shell in the desert. Welcome back, Laurel. I paid her to summon my ancestor's spirit back into his old bones, so I could ask him questions about his sainthood, but the ritual went wrong. Noth, you're broke. My ancestor rose as a living skeleton. He killed the witch and ran off into the night. You fool! Dark magic? Necromancy? I should have you burned at the stake for this abomination. Uh-oh. You have a chance of being burned alive. Now let's see. Begin! Make your choice. Joke's on you! It picked neither. That's hilarious. But then again, it does say the least voted option, so now you must... Now go forth. Go forth, Grandy Martial. Grandy Nothiel. Go fight your abomination. Grandy Nothiel gathers up a full force of troops and rides out into the desert to hunt down his undead creation. None of them are ever seen again. No! Noth! My brother! He is dead! No, not like this. Am I? This is the perfect time to go not like this. Months later, a scattering of bleached bones and rusted armor are discovered underneath a sand dune. Grandy Nothiel and his soldiers marched in circles for days before succumbing to thirst. Damn it, Noth, you forgot to take the map. Noth, why do you always forget the map? Yes, you do, Aid. Don't we all? Nothiel too has joined the council. Soon rumors spread of a dead saint in the desert, a wandering skeleton wearing nothing but rags who has attracted a rabble of mad followers. The dead saint preaches that modern grandees have fallen from grace. After all, they brought him back with necromancy. What more evidence does he need? His fanatical followers launched surprise raids on southern troops, flaming arrows in the night, throats cut in the barracks, supply lines disrupted, and trade caravans set alight. Damn! They punched us in the where the sun don't shine even more. Not my stability. At least my authority is great. The Skeleton Saint, as he becomes known, will be a thorn in the Grandee's side for many years to come. Damn. Alright. Finding a spouse. In the twisty passages of your castle, you can avoid your advisors, the nobles, even the spy master, but there's one person you can't avoid. Your mother. Why haven't you found a spouse yet? It's been almost a year. But mother, I'm Ace. I don't wish to get married. Nonsense. A monarch cannot rule alone. Don't worry. I'll take the liberty of finding eligible candidates. What is your preference? Not interested. My dear, who said anything about love? This is a royal marriage. Just tell me the manner of candidates and I should find them. You can always say no. No, I'm actually Ace, so like me personally, I could care less about relationships. So I'm more on the aromantic side than I am the asexual side myself. Whatever. Any, because I literally do not care. Excellent. I'll send out messengers to the most influential noble families in the kingdom and see what they have to offer. That is more than likely what this marriage will turn into. Oh, right. End of season time. Wizards? Sorcery? It's the patricians' time. In the coast, Lady Patrician Ajajay sits on a pier, watching the sharks swim lazily circles beneath her feet. Suddenly, the water begins to boil and froth. The sharks swim off in terror. A huge shaggy figure rises from the sea. You wanted to meet me? His name is Scrampton. His name is Scrampton, and I love it. You wanted to meet me? Make it quick. A giant squid is fighting a sperm whale 30 miles from here, and I don't want to miss it. I thought we might have a common goal. The monarch has been overstepping their bounds recently, haven't they? The monarch's navy did anchor the ships over my favorite reef last month. Bloody annoying. Alright, I'll help ye. But ye better get rid of the bees first. Did you say bees? Yes, on this plane they're simple insects. But in the apiary, the world of dreams and magic, they're powerful and intelligent. Call themselves the dreams of being. They have an innate fondness for royalty and sometimes protect monarchs from magical interference. But they won't harm non-magical folk beyond the occasional sting, so you can deal with them. Scrampton sets up residence on Coastal Island, raising a tower in a matter of hours. For miles around, the crops wither and die as magical radiation ravages the landscape. I hope you're happy with your sorcerer now, Jay. I hope you're happy, Jay. I hope you're happy, Laurel. For the next stage of their scheme, the patricians must lower all regions' combined farming to 14 or less in 4 seasons. Well, luckily, it's 12. Ooh, taxation time. Here you can set different levels of tax or bribes for each region, potentially punishing some while rewarding others. Balance the needs of your treasury against defiance changes. If a region's defiance is higher than both authority and stability, they can rebel. All nobles gain wealth here, but one region gains extra wealth with a trade bonus. Okay, what do we get? Okay, cruel tax, bribe, regular. My money is the flat coins. The chiefs are already going to get more money, so I'm taking some of the chiefs' money. Plus, y'all have no defiance, so grandees, I need less defiance. Oh wait, no, that actually takes my money. No, you know what? This is fine. Also, I'm still making a profit. Hey, if I update my sprite now, will it up reflecting game? It might, Laurel. I'm not sure. It might. Aid might know. Hey, what do I care? The Chiefs are still making bank on this. But yeah, sorry, not sorry, guys. Hey, if it was purple, I'd be playing favorites with purple. Let's try eligible options first. I have found 3 potential matches for you. 1 eligible young candidate from each of the 3 regions. What if I don't want to marry any of them? That decision can wait until after you've seen them. Wait, I don't even get to meet them? Your mother leads you to the Great Hall, where she's arranged 3 portraits on easels. For now, each is covered by a cloth. There's no time for sentiment, you just need a match that befits your station. She whisked the cloth from the first portrait. This is Eric, firstborn heir of the Northern Medi Cowboy clan. Your typical northern lad, big, brawny, and honest, in the same way an axe to the face is honest. Damn. They keep the company of witch women and god speakers, who have taught them mysterious secrets. Had a bit of controversy a while back when their clan hall burned down, but apparently the peasants were to blame. Let's see. I can see the appeal, I suppose. From the coast, we have Tobias, the wealthy heir to Lady Patrician, Azure Jay's estate. I mean, just look at him. He's gorgeous. And apparently he's got a silver tongue, too. His interests are typical, money, 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 and making more of it. He's said to be led by his passions, living in the moment with no thought for his reputation. Could be worse, but could be a lot better. And finally, from South, Cardosa, the eldest daughter of the Zeza Reinhold lineage. She's reputed to have an ego the size of the sun. But there's nothing wrong with confidence, right? I do have an ego the size of a sun. She's an obsessive gambler, a pastime frowned upon in the South, yet it's been the cause of some scandal. Fortunately, she lacks the common touch. The peasants have some terrible nicknames for her. Don't like the look of her. These are all terrible. Why couldn't you give me someone decent? I have made my decision. I refuse to marry any of them. Let's see. I want to live a life of chastity in honor of the 9th god. These all lower my stability, and it's already terrible. Oh dear. Well, we're going the way of the warrior king, so Eric of the North. I'm leaning into this warrior king thing. Let's see. Coast Pirates. Congratulations, Medi. The person of your lineage is now my consort. Noble patrician, fragrant. It looks like it does not update it, Laurel. It'll have to wait till round 2 if I end up kicking the bucket. You must do something about the pirates that have been plaguing the coast's ocean trade routes. I lost a whole shipment of fine silks. Oh no, Laurel, your money. And they killed the crew, of course, who won't be cheap to replace. Let's see. Order the Coast Navy to patrol the sea routes, which requires military. That would fail. Pay the pirates to leave your ships alone for the year. That would bleed me dry. There's nothing to be done. These are all terrible. These are all literally terrible. But I like my treasury, so. Voting time. Nothing to be done it is. Defiance is now... Oh, gee, that doubled it? Holy shiitake. I thought that was only going to go up by 1. Holy frijoles. The patricians scowl behind their masks and retreat to the opium dens, where they no doubt wonder why they have a monarch in the first place. So now y'all getting high. Over the coming month, their trade routes are blighted by escalating pirate raids. Still, what are you expected to do? Pirates are a natural risk of seafaring, like sharks and scurvy. Alright, treasure hoard time. Your Majesty, I received a letter from Chief Yeehaw Say there's trouble brewing. Oh no, what happened? It's serious. An insurrection. It all started when a peasant got hungry. They surrounded his longhouse and are demanding he give up his riches. Does he have riches to give up? According to the peasants, his great-great-great-grandfather was a collector of antiques. He asked the council to send aid. We're going to send aid to aid. Gather northern forces to remove the peasants. Give Yeehaw Aid money to pay the peasants. Oh, Oh! I get it now. So 4 is 40%, 2 is 20%, 7 is 70%. So that's a 70% chance for the military to actually succeed. That makes a lot more sense now. I thought it was a random chance. I'm going to use my additional vote. All right, time to vote, people. Blood for the blood god. Medi. Medi. Thank you. Hopefully killing the peasants it is. Luckily, you have 30 seconds to vote, but as long as I don't actually hit the button to continue, the voting stays open, so. The chiefs gather a band of roaming warriors who quickly descend upon Chief Yeehaw's aide's longhouse. Stability is now turbulent in the kingdom. Ah, we failed with a 70% chance. God damn. That is unfortunate. That is actually unfortunate. Alas, the interlopers are stronger than anyone thought. They break through the troops and loot much of Chief Yeehaw its aide's treasure. For some time, peasants are seen parading their jeweled brooches and antique swords around the marketplace. We tried. Though now the patricians have almost have a chance to rebel. All right. Anonymous voting. Goodbye, veto. Let there be chaos. Now, it's also Final Fantasy XIV logic. Yeah, but if you're watching the stream, you won't know. But it's also for Final Fantasy XIV logic. You can have a 99% chance to craft something and then you fail. Or like a 99% chance to high quality something and it's just regular quality. Alright. Pirate Queen. Your Serene Highness, our pirates are more aggressive than ever. They follow a pirate queen who calls herself the Bloody Gull. She has established a stronghold on a tiny speck of land called Spiderheart Isle. According to our spies, she is growing every day in power and wealth. Sure, you can marry her. You'll have to fight Jay for her. What are we to do? Only half of our trade vessels reach their destinations. Well, your military is garbage. There's a 60% chance to put a bounty on the head. Or we could go back and literally pay the pirates to leave us alone. Wait, why does option D not have anything? I'm curious. D has nothing. This one is actually more so for science. We have sent a diplomat. Let's see what happens. Hey, we love a bard here. Your diplomat arrives at Spiderheart Island, but is not granted an audience. Instead, the Pirate Queen has him pelted with manure and sends him back with a letter in hand. Your Majesty, the Bloody Gull writes that if you wish to negotiate, you must meet her in person. I could not advise you to take up her option. There's nothing more to be done. Enough of her insults. Let's send the Navy. We must place a bounty. Let's give her money until we go. I'll speak to her. What's the worst that can happen? Well, Your Majesty, there is always the risk of, to pick an example entirely at random, being pelted with manure. And even if the meeting goes well, you will be legitimizing her false claims of royalty. The nobles will no doubt be Damn it, that's going to make the defiance go up. I only have 6 authority. That is a problem. So we can't choose that option. Let's place a bounty on her head. Yeah! It worked. You post an impressive bounty on the Bloody Gull's head and wait and wait. A month later, someone arrives at the palace. A broken-nosed fellow in a stained coat. He's carrying a bloody burlap sack, which he thumps onto your table. I solved your pirate problem. Weren't easy. Now give me the money. Check inside the sack. It's a woman's head. You're not sure what you expected. Ask the spy master to confirm the identity. Reports from Spiderheart Island are garbled, but it certainly seems that the Pirate Queen has been killed. I think our grubby friend is telling the truth. How did you do it? They call me Topcoat. I was a pirate captain and a friend of Bloody Gull once. As before she started demanding a calling her Your Highness, telling me to bow and scrape and such. But there's no Queen of the Sea. Very well, you shall have your money. Now be gone. Fang, welcome in. If you wish to join the shenanigans, you can type in exclamation join with your pronouns, and it'll pick a side for you, or you can pick from the sides on the left. Laurel is currently part of the patricians, and then we've got basically 2 people on each group. Ah, yes. I have restored the coast trade, and now they are less a pain in my ass. In the wake of the Bloody Gull's death, the pirate attacks die down. The Ghost Sea is still full of danger. Hey, I can be allowed to cheat. That is true. The Grandees is technically me and Noth. All right, a contentious sail to the north. Let's see. It didn't matter. She's with us anyways, nah. So Fang, you are yellow. So anytime it's a matter for the Grandees, that's the group you're on. Your Greatness, this is an outrage. Grandee Fang VT is trying to steal my bear from under my nose. Yeah, real bear. The timing of this. Did you say bear? Fang, what do you have to say? I'm not his bear. I was about to buy this beast from an adventure in the Tatterlands when Chief Yeehaw its aide turned up shouting and raving about Skurinorn. And who is Skurinorn? The northern goddess of medicine and knowledge. The bear wears her mark upon her brow, clear as day. Tell me more about this bear. A magnificent specimen. Should be a great addition to my menagerie. The grand... Laurel, you have no idea how I've been stopping myself from making that joke. I've been trying so hard. Mark my words, if this bear is not brought to the north where she belongs, there'll be trouble. Okay, let's see here. We've got Encourage a Bidding War. We've got Finders Keepers. We've got It's Scared. If it's sacred, Chief Yeehaw its aide should have it. You know what? Okay, so Fang, the way that this is going to work is during these you have 3 options to choose from. You do exclamation, vote, space, letter. So in this case, you would either do vote A, B, or C. But I'm going to do anonymous voting. So unless you know what people in the chat are voting, good luck. Make your votes. That's so stupid. It's still there. What? It's not anonymous if you can see their squares. See, 6, yeah, 7. So, yeah, unfortunately, aid is about to be poor. But aid, you get the bear. If it's sacred, Chief Yeehaw Sage should have the bear. Defiance can't go lower. But you had to pay for the bear. And now the grandees are grumbling. The bear turns out to be a fearsome creature with bright white fur and intent green eyes, and she's vast. Even on all fours, she stands taller than a wagon. She's transported north slowly and carefully, sedated by special herbs, and followed by a stream of worshipping villagers. Chief Yeehaw Sage is delighted that Skirnanorn's will has been done. I like how it says faith can't go lower. Oh hey, Medi, it's your lineage. Your wedding to Eric is naturally the talk of the kingdom. Nobles and peasants alike travel from all over. For a week and a day, the capital is one giant party. Feels like you're the only one not taking part. Instead, you're getting ready for the ceremony. Soon enough, you're standing in St. Bertrand's Cathedral with Eric at your side. I've changed my mind. I can't do this. I do. Then I pronounce you married in the eyes of the kingdom. And of course, there's a feast. Everybody is less grumbly. By the time you find yourself alone with Eric, it's past midnight and you never felt more tired. I miss the north. It's too warm down here, and people twist their words. They don't mean what they say. I'd much prefer to rule from the north if I could. I can see why. Everyone down here speaks in circles, insulting each other without really insulting each other. I don't know how you stand it. It's tough, but I have to do my duty. By Morgana's cauldron, I feel for you. I couldn't do it. After finishing the last of the wine, you head to your separate bedchambers. It seems your spouse is happy to take their time getting to know you. Enjoy your tankard, Fang. I know, right? That Foxfelt is fancy. The legend of Oddheld's Horn says that once gifted to mortals by the honey-blooded prince himself, then lost to the snows of time, never to be found again until now. I have it! Oddheld has spoken. Last night, during the storm, I beseeched the drunken vessel himself. Loaded lightning strike the earth far to the north. That is where we will find the horn. Chief Meta-Cowboy. You mean into the frozen wastes? Aye. Have everyone muster their best warriors. We're headed into the domain of the ice giants. For the next stage of Chief's scheme, they must raise their military to 5 or more. Seeking a simulacrum. In the south, beneath a scorching sun, Grandee Zazer Reinhold is strolling through their vineyard with the company of Coastflam. Friends, you said you had a surprise for me. Indeed, and here it is, behold. Your Majesty, what are you doing here at such an hour? I'm sorry, I hope you didn't overhear any. Quit you blabbling, you blowhard. This isn't the monarch. It's a peasant who's the monarch's spitting image. Thank you very much for the stretch and the hydrate.
Don't forget to stretch.
God above. And just in time, the spy master trusts us so much that she's not noticed we're fortifying our border. That means we can move to the next phase, kidnapping the monarch and putting this fool in their place. How do we manage that? The kingdom is in utter chaos, bad enough that the monarch's abduction can slip past unnoticed. For the next stage of their scheme, the grandees must lower stability to 4 or less in 2 seasons. Yeah, not 2.0 looks older. Currently, the monarchy has no heir, and currently everybody is on the second tier of their scheme. Congratulations. Bankruptcy looms. The treasury is almost empty, Your Highness. What do you suggest we do? Apart from raising taxes, we have precious few options. You could get a bank loan or sell the crown jewels, or perhaps crack open some of your predecessors' tombs. Most were buried with piles of gold, I heard. I own the royal mint, don't I? Make more money. Take a hefty loan from Salvant and Gall Bank. Now, I like my authority. I'm just going to make more money. Who's going to stop me? Chief Meta Cowboy. Your Highness, Chief Yahad Zaid has been having prophetic dreams. It is true. I can part the veil betwixt now and some ways off. Give me a prophecy then. I look to the future and it speaks through me. No more, no less. For example, I dreamt of Grandee Fang VT being beheaded. And a plague of bees will bring doom upon Grandee Zaza Reinholdt's household. Wait, sorcery. I see your lies with your sorcery. What? By the 9th? I can't live without honey on my toast. Please, your majesty, have him foretell the future for the council. We could gain insight into great mysteries. Let's see. Throw this charlatan in the dungeon. Let's see. Defiance. Make Chief Yeehaught's aid an official council advisor. You know what? Advisor. Vote. It is time for you to vote. Ow.
A fellow beard gifted a tier 1 subscription to username.
Well, thank you, whoever it was. Also, I find it hilarious that Good Name got the sub. That's hilarious. But yes, I appreciate the subscription. Thank you. Update this. All right, everybody is in. So, all right, just this once, begin the visions. 50-50, let's see what happens. Welcome in, Good Name. He was summoned by the anonymous gifted sub, apparently. How you doing today? Oh, the Monarchs vote. I forgot I voted. So this is actually a tie. My authority would go down. Trade would go up. Farming would go up. Trade would go up. Farming would go up. But the problem is I don't know what this gives. But I do want farming to go up. It's BJ! Well, I hope you feel better. Thank you for the happy birthday. And yes, if you haven't seen it, it's also Noth's birthday today. SPJ, welcome in. Yes, I know what you're excited for. I played it for all of 5 seconds last night to make sure it worked. And it is as creepy as I thought it would be. Luckily, no jump scares, so I haven't been spoiled on anything. But I just wanted to make sure I understood the controls of Crow Country. If you wish to join in, SPJ, you can hit !join with your pronouns and pick a zone. We have the Chiefs, the Grandees, and the Patricians. So depending, if you just do !join, it'll pick at random. Right now, we got, if you do it at random, you'll either be on the Chiefs, with Medi and Aid, or you'll be on the patricians with Jay and Laurel. But in the interest of protecting my realm, we're going to make Yeehaw its aide and advisor. Just to thwart the plans of the bourgeoisie. Jay, you have acquired a spicy pineapple. Same with you, Laurel. You have acquired a pineapple. Wonderful news, Your Highness. I'm certain he will not disappoint. Chief Yeehaw's aide has a canny sense of what's best for the North. Oh, it was only for the North. That actually makes more sense. 6, 12. But it's higher than 14. That's all I care about. Yep. And then the other two groups hate me. And can a monarch really be trusted with this charlatan constantly whispering in their ear? Who knows? Requisitioning rare reagents. Azaza, I've come to ask a favor, says my husband Eric, of the chief Meta-Cowboy clan. I recently purchased a very rare reagent for one of my alchemical studies. Oh, it's the Black Pearl. Unfortunately, it's been delayed. I was buying it from Lord Patrician Spicy Pineapple Juice. It'd be a great favor if you could chase it up on my behalf. I will look into it. The gods are good. Let me know how you fare. I summon the pineapple to my council chambers the next day to talk in private. Greetings, your esteemed highness. What can I do for you? I hear you have something for my spouse. Lamentably, I can't give you the Black Pearl just yet. These pearls are worth quite a lot of money, more than any simple white pearl, and the supply has dried up ever since that merchant vessel sank on the way back from Valamir. I'm afraid the price that the royal consort paid will no longer cover the cost of the item. Let's see. This is where Noth actually threw me in jail in his playthrough. This is where I got thrown in jail. Ah, thank you, Nightbot. Those are the goals. Though now I see that I need to fix that. Because even though you put it on separate lines, Nightbot does not care. So that's on Nightbot. Let's see. // and // submit. Problem fixed. Let's see, I can either pay for, honestly, the pineapple just got here. I'll just pay for it. It's not like I don't have all the money I printed. Eric receives the Black Pearl before weeks in. They're most pleased. Yeah, I printed 10,000 coins because I could. That's most certainly not going to come back to bite me, right? Okay, so for those of you just joining in, this is the auction time. Ow. What? Jay.
Azure J gifted a tier 1 subscription to Spicy Pineapple Juice.
Thank you, Jay. You didn't have to do that, but thank you. Let's see. So, for the chiefs, you can increase your military or decrease my authority. That doesn't make a whole ton of sense, but I guess it does. For the grandees, you can either decrease stability or decrease military. And for the patricians, you can either decrease farming or increase stability. So the way that this works is when I start the auction,
Fine dwarven
Jin,
craft, direct from Orzammar.
how are you
Won't find better.
today? If you haven't already,
With 2 viewers.
you should follow Jin. Jin is an amazing dwarf. Fellow dwarf. You were playing old school RuneScape. God, you're gonna kill me today. You people are gonna kill me today. How strong do you want this? Because I'm gonna be going for a while, so I need to know. But yes, welcome on in, Jin. I see you're playing old school RuneScape. I don't remember much about old school RuneScape. We're just playing a little bit of King of the Castle. So hi it is. Let's see, it has been 48 hours since I last ingested, but we'll do a hundo. But yeah, Jin, if you need to take a break after stream, feel free. You just started old school. Give me a second, Laurel. I actually just started old school RuneScape for the first time in the past 2 weeks. Nice. I played it back in the day when it was still popular. Yeah, a hundo. To be fair, it's like a mix of everything. I've done worse. All right, so. Oh, right, the drinks. Hold on. This is why I keep the image on the screen. So, we do have goals for this Streamaversary. So we have sub goals. We have a follower goal, which is a spontaneous giveaway. And then every 1,000, if you donate bits, I will take a shot. However, I do have a low tolerance for liquor IRL. So that's why it says 15 minutes minimum between shots. Because if I go too fast, I will lose my stomach. I found that out the hard way when doing Drunk Orban Monastery. Well, I do plan also going for 24 hours. But no, I know whiskey, I can do 7 shots back to back to back. But the 7th shot was too much. And that was within like half an hour. That's why I'm spacing them out. Well, to be fair, my my FC in Final Fantasy 14, we were doing Drunk Orban 24-man raid. And it was, if you die, you take a drink. And it was launch week. I still have PTSD. Oh God, 20 and 20. Jesus, Laurel. I'm glad you're not dead. Oh, Jin's on an ad break, so we're just gonna hang out for a second. Because I didn't realize ads were in progress. I was trying to catch up with chat. You are built different. You are correct. Built better than I am. Oh, gotcha. Then I'll keep talking. But yeah, Jin, if you need to go take a break or anything, feel free. We're just playing some King of the Castle until roughly 3 Central. And then we're going to do an anime fight with Laurel. But yeah, again, if y'all haven't checked them out, you should. Jin's schedule. Jin, do you have a specific schedule or do you not have a specific schedule? I also know you like to play Metroidvanias, so if anybody's interested in Metroidvanias, you should definitely check out. Definitely check them out from time to time. I know you recently played the same one that my friend Noth played, but I'm drawing a blank on what the 3D Rabbit Metroid was. It had such a weird name. The one that you were trying to speed run, I think it was. Yes, Pseudo Regalia. Highly recommend that game. It's just different enough. Fridays, yeah, you can catch them usually you can catch Jin usually on the weekends. Either Fridays at 6 or Saturday and Sunday at 9. Saturday and Sunday are in the morning. No, sorry, Noth. Jin, I think Jin was the one speedrunning. All right, before I get too off topic, auction time. Again, these are your options. If you vote for either of your two buildings, they will either increase or decrease the affected stat. Just FYI. I am going to start the auction now. Cast your money. Oh yes, and only the top 2 funded will pass. Wait. I don't have a bet command. Do I? I'll have to look into that. I don't recall having a betting command. No, I think I wonder if it's built into Stream avatars. Let's see, CNA. I hate that. Let's see. I didn't take it. But, oh. I hit vote like a dummy. Oh well. So mine wouldn't have even gone through anyways. I did vote. Drax, welcome in. No, actually, I was just trying to save my stability. That was my only goal. Alright, about my heir. Yes, the North does guard my halls. Your marriage to Eric has grown strong and steady like an old castle wall. Though it began as a political arrangement, it's blossomed into something that I like to love. It's high time you thought about an heir. The royal wedding was a magnificent affair. Felt more like a life sentence than a wedding. Oh, don't be dramatic. You've done well, but something's missing, an heir. You need someone young whose loyalty is assured. A child of your own would do the trick even if they're a bastard. Or the youngest of your many cousins. My spouse and I will have a child together. Don't ask how it works, we're both men here. Ah, the traditional method. No one will object to that. I'll arrange for you to take a month off from ruling so you can get down to business. A bizarre report. Your Majesty, I've received worrying reports and confusing. Let me help you out. What's wrong? I have received reports from one of my little birdies in Grandee Zeza Reinholt's manor. You have a most unusual guess. Who? You, Your Majesty, or someone who looks like you. I have no reason to suspect they're plotting, yet I can't square this away. I can't devote too many resources to solving the puzzle with the kingdom in such a lamentable state. Too busy fighting fires elsewhere. Very well, assemble. Triple the security around the palace. Conduct a thorough search of the southern manors. Delay scheme for 1 season. Triple the security around the palace. These all have their ups and downs. But I don't feel like wasting a law on this. So have fun. My vote has been cast. Yeah, there's no good outcome here. There's really not. I'm kind of screwed if I do, screwed if I don't. Let's see. Fang, if you wish to vote, now's the time. But seeing as the vote is 4 regardless, we will continue once this Steam pop-up gets out of my way. It's like I can't click the continue button. Do nothing was the second highest option. Triple the security around the palace. Stability is now unstable. Authority is now credible. There are rumors that I'm slipping into paranoia. That can't be good. The long march north. Tell me you have heard of Odheld's Horn. A northern legend, right? Gifted to mortals before the Ninth's triumph during the Cursed Age. Get to the point. You must understand whether it is the creation of a pagan spirit or not. The horn is real. My sources confirmed it. It is said to have the power to destroy any fortification with a single toot. The chiefs are searching for it in the frozen wastes, having received a sign hinting at its location. Precisely, we'll need to stop them before they retrieve it. Yep, victory for the chiefs. If at all possible, they've gathered a great host of warrior heroes for the journey to the wastes. We must act fast to have any hope of stopping them. You hastily assemble the councils to deal with the chiefs' military buildup. The chiefs predictably deny everything. Would you deny us our right to protect ourselves from the ice giants? Bah. Forbid them from entering the frozen wastes. Ban all public mention of Odheld's Horn. Delay scheme for 1 season. Let's see. You know what? Good luck. Good luck. Time to vote, people. Let's see. We're missing a pineapple, a fang, and myself. This is funny either way because I still get to pick. It is actually reverse voting, people. Let's see what happens if I don't vote, if it still lets me pick. It does. So it didn't matter. Here, you can have we can allow you to build your forces. Good to see that some of you still have your heads on your shoulders. The Chief's plans will continue unhindered. Alright, are we back to the end of season? In the north, unbeknownst to the rest of the kingdom, a great battle has taken place. Naturally, the chiefs are celebrating their recent victory against the ice giants in the frozen wastes by smashing steins together and singing battle songs all throughout the night. Did you see that giant's face when I cut him down? Poor blighter never felt a heated axe before. So much loot. Never mind the horn. Look at this gold. Some chief's wealth has increased. The party lasts long into the night. A few chiefs take turns drinking mead out of Oddheld's horn. As dawn breaks, they stumble into the main hall, where Chief Sven has beckoned them. Quiet down, you louts. It's time to get serious. This horn has the power to collapse buildings, cause earthquakes, and even destroy mountains. We must vote on how it will be used. Oh, this is only Median aid. Medi aid, this vote is yours only. The problem is if you had actually chosen farming, you'd be screwing over the patricians. Oh well. The Great Bonkening. Lies. Bit too sneaky for my liking, but I'll get the job done. We'd best make sure that the security is lax enough for us to sneak in. Sure, we can convince the monarch to relax a few restrictions here and there. For the good of the realm, of course. The chiefs must lower the authority to 3 or less. At least one region has entered the final stage. If 2 or more regions pass the final scheme stage, the winner will be decided at random. If stability, authority, or treasury hit 0 and the final scheme stage passes at the same time, the scheme takes priority. If rebellion ends with a rebellion win, the scheme takes priority. The monarch can only win in ambition events, which will appear after you've acquired an heir. Meanwhile, in the south, Grandee Zaza Reinhold has invited their closest associates to their manor house for some wine and cheese and treason. The kingdom's on the brink of chaos. It's perfect. We have to strike. What do you intend us to do? Swoop in and kidnap the monarch in the full view of the honor guard? No, of course not. We need to use chaos to our advantages. We have 2 options. Fang, Noth, and myself. A is technically the better option. But B doesn't help just you. Yeah. I'm gonna go with A personally. Just to spite the patricians. We need to convince the monarch that the South is on the verge of rebellion. In the current climate, they'll be forced to make a diplomatic visit to smooth things over. Then when we strike, one monarch enters the peace tent, and another monarch leaves. You must raise your defiance to at least 5, but without starting a rebellion. Oh, the bees! Along the coast, Lady Patrician Azure J is visiting the wizard Scrampton in his cliffside tower, built of knotted coral and seashells. Your side of the bargain is complete. The dreams of being are no longer a threat. Their palaces stand empty. Thanks, great wizard. Now shall we discuss how to overthrow this troublesome monarch? Alright, Laurel. Jay. Pineapple. So Pineapple may be doing art fight at the moment. But yeah, Jay and Laurel, this is your vote. Curse them with a fate worse than death. Raise trade. I think if you get 10 in any stat, I think you get a bonus. Worse than death? Well, it can be done, but I will require an additional fee. Enough gold to sink a galleon, perhaps? That's a good start. By the 9th, I thought we already sealed the deal. No, something you should learn. Dealing with wizards is tricky business. Now give me that gold. You must raise their trade. You must raise your trade to 10. Yes. Let's see. We're gonna bribe the grandees. Cause screw your defiance. We might as well bribe the. You know what? Let's bribe everybody. Wait, actually, there's no point in bribing you. There was no point in bribing the chiefs. Well, you didn't have a defiance of 1. Will I vote to help the patricians? Yes. Will I also hope to stay alive? Also yes. Wait, there's two events in the grandees. So we actually have a chance to get some of this back. Bang VT. An opportunity, your holiness. A Kurth ship sunk last week just off the coast. I request permission to salvage the wreckage. Kurth vessels are always full of valuable things. Wait. Lord Patrician Spicy Pineapple Juice. It might be off your coast, but it's in our waters. By the 9th. In fact, it's closer to our city of Hythos than any of yours. But you ceded those waters years ago, in exchange for a chest of silver. You are having money problems, your holiness. Esteemed council, don't let this liar fool you. Damn, you gonna do it? Oh. These are like all like random. Ah, well, good luck. It doesn't matter which way you vote. All of these have weird options. Let's see, that's 7. We have 8 people. Who has not voted? Pineapple, you're up. It's BJ. Thanks, BJ. I'm just going, actually, hold on. Going based off of who I can see if they voted or not. I can only tell based on who hasn't chatted. But yeah, anonymous does seem kind of pointless as a law. Like, why even show the names up on the screen? Why even show the names on the screen? Stretch.
Drink!
And hydrate. Yeah, you do really need a giant group for this. It supports up to 24 people, I think. So we could technically have 3 times this number. Allow the... let's see. You know what? I'll take that 70% chance of it backfiring. Because either way, the defiance for the grandees goes up. What? But it's in our waters. Moreover, the council's word is final, isn't it? Well, you got some money, but that was about it. Goes ahead and yields a great bounty for the patricians. Spices from Atesh, Salish pearls, and a strange music box that sends everyone to sleep. That can't be good. Dangerous roads. Your Majesty, the merchants in the south are complaining about bandits. The southern roads are too dangerous to travel, even with guards. Gangs of highly organized, well-armed highwaymen will ambush merchant caravans, steal absolutely everything. Well, let's see. Offer a bounty. Trade down, defiance up. Treasury down, trade up. Let's see. I'm gonna actually let you know it's reversed this time. All of these options suck in equal measures. Probably the worst one, though, is the percent military one. You pay a mercenary company to patrol the roads, make a few empty promises and hope it goes away. Send a battle-hardened regiment to rout the bandits. Offer a bounty on bandit scalps. Jay and Fang, if you wish to vote, now is the time. Well, it looks like you're hurting my treasury, man. Hold on. All right. Sorry about that. I had to respond to a text message. No, I said Speed J. J and Speed J are two different people. Sorry. I can pronounce it SPJ if it helps. But we call the pineapple Speed J. It may have cut out the speed part of it, for all I know. Spoogies. Do you wish to vote on anything, Speed J? AKA Spoogies? So we go with AIDS option. We pay the mercenary. We pay a fearsome mercenary company known as the Ghoul-Bitten to patrol the roads and keep the bandits at bay. After a dozen bandit attacks are repelled, the bandits lay low and lick their wounds. The roads are quiet once more. Merchants grumble that the mercenaries demand constant bribes, and that their manners are almost as bad as the bandits. But who cares? Merchants are never happy. That's true. A hungry bear. Our wondrous bear has been thriving, just as Skirnanorn would wish. The God Speakers have gained visions of new herbs and medicines ever since it arrived. The gods are good. Can you share your knowledge with the rest of the kingdom? Maybe. I'd have to ask the God Speakers about that. It is sacred knowledge. The only thing she is eating a lot. Our hunters have to push into the frozen waste to find enough food. Having second thoughts, are you? Says Fang. Mayhaps the bear would do better in a nice cozy menagerie. Let's see. So we got demand that the other nobles donate their crops. Farming and defiance and stability are all rearranged. We got import fine meats for the beast, which is treasury, farming, and defiance. We got leave the chiefs to feed their own bear. That would fail horribly. Or transfer ownership of the bear back to Fang. I'll cast my vote for A. Vote! I know I'm hurting my stability with this, but I don't care. It's not reverse. So the law is actually listed on the screen. So if you look right here over demand that the other nobles donate their crops, you'll see monarch's vote. Reverse vote will show up to the left of the counter. Papa, welcome in. Also, did something happen to StreamerBot? Why is it disabled? It's not disabled. Why didn't the thing go off? Let's see. Interesting. It's on there. Did I misspell something? I think I did. Ow.
Paper4NG0M gifted a tier 1 subscription to Fang_VD.
Why do you hate me? I tried to find one, honestly, but I couldn't find it. I was trying to figure out why this broke, but let's just do this. It's gonna redo these, so there's not much I can help about that. Uh-oh. That can't be good. Did WebSocket die? Uh-oh. That really can't be good.
Hey, before NG0M gifted 10 subscriptions to the community. So many
Papa,
new
why you do
viewers.
this?
Thank you for the support.
Papa, why have you pelted me with so many Garys? Now, let's see. Let's see. Let me restart. Before you do anything else, let me restart StreamerBot. But WebSocket may have died. Let's see, that was, we had the 1. And then it was the 10, so that's 11. We got 16. I'll read out the names in just a second. Let's see. Congratulations to Harry Dwarf, Noble Lemon, InfoWald, Aloe Verza, Quantum Cortex, Instrumental, Pumpkin Pie Man, Jin Denolith, Pole Grudge Settler, and Dromer. I recognize a few names on that. And I do appreciate it. Welcome, Minwald. And thank you. Laurel, did I miss your birthday? If so, I'm sorry. Happy birthday, Laurel. Did my WebSocket settings just die? Wait, am I doing it in the wrong thing? Of all the times for WebSocket to die, it would be now. Let's see here. Tools. Hmm. Trying to figure out why nothing is working. Stage. Hmm. It is working, but like it did that one. Let me see if the command works now. Yeah, it's working for the commands, just not for everything else. So, WebSocket. Let's see. I just got to remember how to re-add this. Welcome in, Paul. Yes. Greetings from the Dragon's Den, Paul. It was a good old Papa Phantom, friend of the dwarves. Let's see.
Paul_Grudgesettler just followed.
Thank you for the follow, Paul. I appreciate it very much. I'm trying to fix a issue real quick. Oh. For some reason that one's still not working. Like, it's doing the commands, but it's not moving my objects. Wait a second. Yeah. That is actually a problem that I'll have to fix later. Let's see. Enabled. Enabled. I did not add the new screen to the reset command. There we go. It is fixed. I have to reposition that box later, but it's fixed now. And then we got Burb.
Cock, seafood, cock, swiggle.
And then we got was it Cloud? Yeah. What's going on? Actually, let me rearrange this real quick. No. Now if I gotta actually click the dang box. Oh, it's the picture that's off. I'll have to fix that later. It likes to snap to the bottom of the window, and it's annoying. All right, how much time we got left? We got enough time to go through a few more. Let's see. We got demand that other nobles donate their crops. Farming is going to be swapped between the groups. Defiance and stability. Defiance as well, and stability is going to go down. But yes, thanks to everyone I missed. But yes, welcome in Pole as fellow dwarf. Give you a hearty Steina ale or whatever mug fancies you. I am the proprietor of the Dragon's Den. I like my weird, wacky JRPGs, simulation games, and a bunch of indies. Let's see. Yeah, everyone's farming went down. Defiance went up. And then, yeah, your Defiance would have gone down by 2. And your farming went up by 5. Or 2, sorry. As did the chiefs, who take the choicest custom meat and ripest vegetables for themselves. But all across the land, peasants start to wonder openly why a bear is being given special treatment over the people. That would be the. I forgot the names already. Hold on. I know where they are, though. Let's see. Sorry about that. Let's see. Let me go grab those beers. They should be listed in the condo. Ah, yes. Let's see. The drinks that we serve here are the Boo Brew, the Shadow Stout, the Apparition Ale, the Phantasmal Pint, the Wraith Whiskey, the Visitant Vodka, the Doppelganger Draught, the Bodak Bourbon, and the Demonic Draft. If you can't tell, I'm dead. So I serve drinks to ghosts. But if we had to go with the strongest one, it'd probably be the Demonic Draft. But we can just as easily whip up a gin and tonic. Alright, we gotta end this season, and this is where we will have to stop, though. Well, no, we can go probably for one more season if we're quick. Yep, I'm an Ancestor Innkeeper. I hail from the world of Galarian, and while I did take down a drow city in life, Magrum sought me fit to be his servant, and here I am, entertaining the afterlife, one group at a time. The monarch can take a vote. I can bring back the veto. Stop the count doesn't really matter. We'll grab the monarch's golden choice. Incentivize people. Hyperinflation. I knew this was going to happen. As you ordered, Your Majesty, the Royal Mint churned out thousands of new coins using cheap gold-like materials. The treasure is technically replenished. My genius is almost frightening. I sense a butt coming, but it's also devaluing currency across the kingdom. A loaf of bread now costs 100 times what it once did. Something must be done. If this gets worse, our currency will be worthless. Jay, I may have just sabotaged you and Laurel unintentionally. Whoops. Thank you for stopping by, Fang. Have a nice nap. But yeah, Laurel, Jay, I just kind of screwed up your master plan. And this time, not by choice. There's nothing wrong with it. Let it continue. Defiant. Oh, no. No. Oh, wait. Oh, fuck. This is the end. Read all the... cease, desist. Why? But no, look at how much my money goes down for each one. But yeah, look, I only have 7,200 in the bank. If you vote for the one I voted on, you'll get 500 gold coins, but I think we're screwed either way. Wow. Also, you haven't joined yet, Papa. Oh, sorry guys, you have to do exclamation join first in order to actually join in. But we're about to be switching games, though. Yeah, with your pronouns. Four nobles voted to adopt a foreign currency instead. You slowly adopt the currency of the Ashmedian Empire, resulting in kingdom-wide shame and loss of pride. Oh, the treasury is now 0. The kingdom's stability is also 0. It's a good thing most of your citizens can't read Ashmedian because you're pretty sure each coin is inscribed with records of past military victories over your kingdom. Oh, I guess at the end of this round I'm dead. Now, it is actually possible for the chiefs to win as well. Your Majesty, those mercenaries you hired are behaving terribly. Never goes according to plan. Trade is now struggling. Grandee's wealth has decreased. Treasury too low. Reverse voting, people. Not that it matters. Dock the mercenaries' pay or tell the merchants that from now on this is the cost of doing business. Yeah, this run is over. I genuinely don't know who's gonna win now, but it ain't gonna be me. Yep, we're just gonna go ahead and go forward because it's gonna be the trade one. Trade, but hey, the coast trade is back on track. It ain't 10 though. Panic in the council. Your Serene Highness, I bring bad news from the coast. Noble Patrician, Papa Phantom. We are receiving reports of... I'm sure your news can wait. I bring urgent tidings from the south that demand the monarch's attention at once. Wait your turn, you ignorant dolt. Why don't you settle your quarrel outside? Meanwhile, I have news from the north that is really urgent. Now, one at a time. The industries of the coast are in grave danger. The workers are striking. They demand few hours and higher pay. Is that all? By the 9th, the cities of the south are being consumed with riots on a weekly basis. Our citizens want to overthrow you and elect a more competent ruler. Chief Pole Grudge Setter. My news is worse still. The north is increasingly lawless. Your greatness, some chiefs have taken advantage, declaring themselves independent of your rule. Your Majesty, something must be done. Agreed. Make sure these issues are dealt with, my Chancellor. Unfortunately, we lack the resources to tackle all at once. We must vote. Oh. Well, I'm voting for the North. You know my vote. Send troops back to the independent chief to bring their independence-minded brethren back to the royal fold. The North is rocked by vicious battles. Thousands of loyal northern troops die in brutal sieges against mountain fortresses. But your victory is inevitable. The independent chiefs pledge fealty once more. The crisis in the North has been squashed, but the nobles of other regions feel that you're ignoring their problems. Oh. No heir. Your Majesty, the upstarts are saying that they have a right to your throne. Continue to the rebellion report. One or more regions are able to rebel, as their defiance stats is higher. If the rebels get more victory points than the loyalists, they'll win the game. If not, we'll continue the game. If multiple regions rebel and win, a vote between the two will determine the successor. Regions with a high military stat are more likely to overthrow the monarch with a rebellion, and the only one that has it is the chiefs, which can't. Let's see. Now, this one only has one. Let's go ahead and click it, see what happens. Council session starts like any other. You're supposed to be debating farming subsidies with Pompa Phantom and the other patricians, but the chiefs are nowhere to be seen. Suppose we should wait. They're probably drunk in a ditch. Please, let us begin without them. You stand up to address... Oh, just as you're about to call the council into session, there's a wobble. Not a little wobble. This entire building is shaking and wobbling. Earthquake! In the capital, surely not, but then what? There's another wobble, this time more violent and loud. The chandeliers jingle and shake madly. A crack in the masonry appears, then travels up, all the way to the arched ceiling. It splits and falls. Your Majesty, watch out! Those are load-bearing columns. Stand beneath the pillar. This is how you imagined it would end. But the chiefs using the Horn of Odheld to bring down the palace, there's no way you survive this. You let the pillar fall on top of you. Everyone screams. It chose at random and the chiefs won. Monarch says his dramatic demise passed into northern legend. Whenever a tyrant rises in the capital, the chiefs smirk and pray to Odheld. All that remained of the grandee's attempt to usurp the crown was a prisoner deep under the castle, clad in an iron mask and shrouded in rumor. The attempt, too, was scramped into the coastal course was doomed to failure. Eventually, the wizard, bored of these mortal quabbles, fed Azure Jade to a kraken. With their spectacular destruction of the palace, the chiefs quite literally squashed anyone who would claim the throne. Anyone except, of course, Sven, who was crowned atop a heap of rubble the very next day. But his reign is a story for another time. Yeah, so if two countries hit their scheme at the same time, it literally rolls a dice and picks. But at least I'm succeeded by Eric of the North. And with that, we have to get ready for our next guest. So let me get that ready. Let's see. Should probably ask Jay. Should probably ask Laurel how she wants to do this. You want me to just call you, Laurel? All right, I got you, Laurel. Oh, I got an achievement. Toot. Oh. Toot toot. Ordheld's horn heralded your downfall in the Chief's hornblower scheme. Only 1.5% of players have this achievement. I guess with how long it takes to get through a game, I can see that. Actually, we're going to be right back. Ads are about to start, so we're going to take a quick break. Oh, wrong one. There we go. I don't know why the transition goes off beforehand, but it does sometime. Yeah, I guess because they overthrew me, they decided to, just not even consult Eric. And I'm like, bro, that's my husband, man. Literally next in line. Laurel needed a minute, so we're just giving her some time to get set up, which that reminds me I should probably drag that onto the screen before I forget about it. I always wonder what that loud thump is from time to time. Move this over. I have no regrets about the blood goal, the queen. No regrets. Horn was big honking. Let's see, I should probably see. Window. No, not a scene. Let's see. Window. Web. Oh, because I had. Oh, well, that wasn't supposed to happen. Wait a minute. I haven't put this on the screen before. So it kind of is what it is. And then I guess I'll do Laurel's screen as well. We'll figure it out in a minute.
What?
Hello.
Oh my goodness.
Now let me get you on the screen here. Or at least
Sorry,
try
I don't know what
to.
happened with my voice there.
Now you're
This vape
perfectly
cart I have right
fine.
now is like killing me.
Let's see. Haven't
think I might be
tested a
allergic
lot
to
of
pineapple.
things. Haven't tested a lot of things on these screens. This is what happens when you get new screens, people. Test your stuff.
You say that like I had any chance of testing anything at any point.
I know, right? Take care, Medi. I hope you feel better. Yeah, I just ended up putting mine on a tier list. I didn't know if you did or if you put yours in an actual PowerPoint.
I didn't do either. I'm going to try to speedrun a tier list right now because you were like, oh, we'll just bring our favorite 20. So I was like, okay, I just wrote a list of 20. So I can see if I can speedrun this template.
I did my, if you're feeling any better, I did mine like 2 nights ago.
If you want to start with yours,
I can.
yeah.
Do you want me to share to the chat as well?
I have your stream open. You should be good. I'm watching your
Okay.
chat as well.
So let's see. I don't know how far I can zoom in on this before it just eats the screen, but so I do wish I had like a separate screen with just the pictures on them, but I just kind of brought my top 25. And some of these are new, some of these are old, some of these are newer. But this one that I just pulled out here, there's 2 anime. One's called Cells at Work, and then Cells at Work Black. And
I was going to ask if that was Cells at Work because I recognize the white blood cell design. I haven't seen that one, but
yeah, so they've got one that's basically cutesy, normal, and like for kids. That Cells at Work.
yeah.
Oh, before I
That's
go
the one
too
I'm familiar
further,
with.
before I go too further, I forgot to tell everybody we're doing an anime discussion with Laurel right now. So for those of you that haven't met Laurel, we have Fragrant Brog Laurel with us. She's our current resident Yanibus cat over in Ghost Town. And if you want to tell a little bit more about yourself, go for it.
Yeah, sure. Let me just pull up and mix it up because I have like a little spiel I usually give when people raid me.
Go for it.
Come on, mix it up. Go faster. I should have opened this earlier. Oh well. I'm not live, so I don't need to have it, but... Okay, here we go. Hello, is anyone there? Hello, I'm Laurel, a hydroponically grown cat girl. I stream Dead by Daylight on Mondays and variety streams on Wednesdays. Streams are usually scheduled from 6:30 p.m. to 8:30 p.m. Eastern. My favorite games are survival horror, virtual pets, and farm sims. I also love to draw and do arts and crafts. Hope to see you there. Right now, we are doing Stardome on Wednesdays with some other members of the Ghost Town community, which Zeza is also a part of.
And I am.
Yeah, and otherwise, I have a lot of anime opinions, even though I haven't watched any anime in like the past 4 years. I used to watch a lot, and then I graduated college, and now I don't have time.
That's how it happens to the best of us.
That's okay. I can find another pirate queen spouse.
I'm sorry. Only slightly. Only slightly.
Just a little. Just a skosh.
But yeah, so the difference between the two series is the first one, which is the one with the male white blood cell. His particular one is real cutesy and more well, they're both educational, but it's more on the cutesy side, normal anime side. The one with the female white blood cell, where most of the roles are reversed, incidentally enough, hers is called Code Black. And what it is, it's about a dying person, what goes on inside a dying person's body. So it's a little bit more gritty and more edutainment. I know they covered one of the heavier topics, cancer, in the second one.
Oh, do they really?
Yeah, in Code Black, because it's a dying body.
That's really interesting.
Yeah, so it's more on your edutainment side of anime, but I think the way they go about it to make it easy to explain, it kind of rates in my top 2025. I wouldn't necessarily call it goated, but I definitely would put it in a you should watch now category, because it's like it's one of the better animes that just come out in recent years.
I didn't know about the other series. I only knew about the like slice of life sorta series, just the Cells at Work, the standard one. Is the other one newer?
Yeah. I do think it came out after.
Okay. That would probably be part of why it isn't on my radar, because I haven't had as much time to watch stuff.
It was a lot newer compared to the original one, but I do know that it didn't get a lot of news outlets, so to speak, because I didn't hear about it as much as I heard about the first one.
Yeah, that's true. It could also be like a marketing thing.
Now this one, a lot of people aren't going to know because it is like old as I am, and that is Blue Gender. It's like from the 90s era of anime, like from back in the day when like Sailor Moon was new and Ronin Warriors was new. But what it comes down to is the main character, Yuji, is diagnosed with a disease. Well, come to find out over the course of the show, originally he freezes himself until they can find a cure. But in that time, the same virus that affected him has grown into a organism called the Blue that's more or less taken over the planet. And he gets basically unfrozen as like some kind of like help to like fix the problem, and then you basically go through his entire adventure. So it's like a really like rugged Fallout style with also space in it type anime from back in the day, but it's also like really gritty, really bloody. Not as bad as Berserk, but still pretty up there.
haven't heard of that one at all. Not Berserk, the one you're talking about.
Yeah, this
Yeah,
one's.
I know a lot of people who've watched older anime, but usually it's like the more the stuff that's more of a cult classic, like a bigger, like it has more of a. I guess cult classic isn't the right word because I'm talking about stuff that people still like watch regularly and recommend to people, whereas this seems like something a little bit more niche.
Now, this one does have a fan base, a cult following, but it's more. It was never as popular as, say, like Cowboy Bebop or Trigun or like
Right.
the other stars of the era. It just never got there.
Yeah, that's sort of the vibe I'm getting.
This one lives in goated territory for me. It's not for everyone, but I do think it's one of the better made anime from even back in the day. And I highly recommend that if you've never seen it, you should definitely watch it, but it might be hard to get a copy of because that's how old it is.
Yeah, I have some older stuff on mine, but I think the older stuff that I have is a little bit more accessible nowadays. Like it was archived though.
Now, for how recent have you seen anime?
I think the last time I actually sat down and watched something would have been 3 houses ago, so probably like 2021.
2021. So
But
some of these you might
like
know
feelers.
of.
I have feelers out there, and like I know things that look good and I want to watch, but I just haven't sat down and watched.
I understand. One of those, like for me, would have been Restaurant in Another World.
Oh, I have wanted to watch that one. I saw an episode of it, and I thought it was so visually stunning.
So there's actually a few of these style of anime. So each episode
I
of
want
this
to watch all
one,
of them.
yeah, this was like one of the earliest ones. Now they got that Delicious in a Dungeon one with the guy
Dungeon
that
Meshi, yeah.
yeah, Dungeon Meshi. I need to still watch that one myself, but
I've heard
this
nothing
one,
but good things about Dungeon Meshi, which is a lot to say about an anime.
yeah, same here. In this one, though, it follows the story basically goes is this chef apparently his restaurant, his front door apparently is magical. So once a day, every week, it basically opens a door to another world, and it has a couple different exit points in that world, and people come to the restaurant from the other world and eat there. So each episode is about basically a specific dish and the person behind that dish, like the person that comes to the restaurant on a weekly basis. It's basically that guy's story or that woman's story. And it's just great.
Oh, so it's a little bit like, it's structured like Death Parade.
Yes.
A little bit. Okay.
Like one episode is specifically about 2 dwarves that literally walked way up into the mountains and literally built a traveling rest stop around the store they found because they come literally like 40 miles into the mountains just to eat fish and chips.
I mean,
Of
I
all
would too.
things. But
I
it's
would
just
too.
funny.
Fish and chips sucks. Are you kidding me?
It is basically one of my top 5 favorite foods
It's like
of all time.
peak pub food. Of course, dwarves love it.
But I just think the way that it's structured, and it also follows the 2 characters on the screenshot here who end up working there for different reasons. They even have their own backstories. But yeah, just kind of like a nice slice in life restaurant thing. And there's a couple of other animes that I've watched like that, but because of the way it's...
I got one advertised for me recently while I was on YouTube, and I was like, oh, I put this in my... I think I wrote it down, actually. What was it?
But it also kind of lives in goated territory for me because I just think it's definitely well made. And if it's so well made that it could actually put you to sleep just listening to it, even better. Like it's that kind of
Fair.
chill. Now I will admit, half of these are probably going to be old. Half of them are in the newer category. And a couple of them are
that's
just plain
fine.
weird.
Like I said, I haven't watched anything in a few years.
Like
so
this
you are
one.
very good.
Puyo Puyo. It's literally a series of short story episodes that is literally about a cat that is round and his adventures. And they're like 5-minute
so it's like
episodes.
Okay. Yeah. So it's like one of the like comedy 5-minute episodes.
Yes.
Those. Yes.
And it's
I
just
remember like
hilariously adorable.
times I would get so excited for an anime that was coming out that I'd seen on, you know, the one website where they post all of the stuff, like the stuff when it's coming out in the cores.
Yeah.
And like, this is what's coming out spring 2024. This is what's coming out summer. I would get so excited about some of them, and then they would turn out to be 5 minutes, and I would just be heartbroken.
Yeah, there have been a lot that I have found.
There
and I'm
are
just
some that are
like,
really
why? It
solid,
needs to be
though.
longer. Yeah, this is
Like-
how I feel about Puyo Puyo, because it's just adorable. And it's just like, I wish the episodes were longer.
Oh, for sure. I think I've heard people say that about Psyche K also. I haven't seen Psyche K. I've only seen a little bit of it.
I haven't seen it either, but I wouldn't put it goated, but I would definitely put it as you should watch it now. Because it's just a fun time. Now, one of the more recent Mimi animes that I've picked up that a lot of people don't agree with. One such person is Papa Phantom. Papa Phantom doesn't like this particular anime very much, and that's reincarnated as a slime.
I really want to watch that because I've heard it's a really solid isekai. I've heard it's one of the better written isekais.
Yeah, so he starts out as a man in like his 40s that was meeting up with his I guess like his student or something, but he ends up getting stabbed on the street and ends up reincarnating into this other world, initially as basically a slime with no powers, but he ends up with this ability that allows him to eat other things and gain their powers, and that
He's
just kind
Kirby.
of they just kind of snowballs into multiple things. And then you basically get the series. And I know the series is still going even to this day. But I think it's just one of the better well-written ones that actually just flat out makes sense. And not just, oh, we're reincarnating for the sake of reincarnating. Oh, great, now we're up.
I mean, I think there's a few of those. Like, I will bring up a few in mine. I think people are just really sick of isekai because it's been so tropified and it's been so dominating in anime as a whole. Like,
yeah, ever since Log Horizon and Sword Art Online.
Yeah. I'm gonna credit Log Horizon more than Sword Art.
Speaking of,
Sword Art Online is more popular.
guess what I have on here?
I have it on mine too, don't worry.
But Reincarnated as Slime, I do feel is a you should watch now. But speaking of isekai, Log Horizon, one of the two that started it all. Basic synopsis is people were online.
That's a controversial statement.
What?
Because there are that and Sword Art Online were the two that started the genre when we have a lot of really established things like Dot Hack out there that are also kind of founders to the isekai genre.
I would say that Dot Hack is the original.
No, but
then-
I think it lent a lot to isekai as a whole.
Oh, so you're saying that the trope or the topic
Like,
didn't
it was
exist
the-
before Dot Hack?
Yeah, it was like what sort of put things into motion for isekai.
I gotcha.
I think it's one of those like edge cases where you could be like, it's like calling the Diablo games a roguelike, when it's like roguelikes weren't really a thing when they came out, and it's kind of like an edge case, and some people consider it, some people don't. Like one of those sort of situations.
I see what you mean. Log Horizon, like, I've actually watched Sword Art. I've watched Log Horizon. I prefer Log Horizon. I kind of fell off the Sword Art hype train.
Log Horizon is just so well written. It's so enjoyable as someone who plays MMOs, and I'm sure you agree.
I agree. It's basically the trope of everybody was online with their virtual gear, and they decided that they were waiting for an update. Update happened, but oh no, look, now they're trapped in the game. So everybody who was logged in playing the MMO are now their MMO characters, and it's basically their journey to try to find a way home, way out of the video game, which they still haven't done, by the way.
In a sense, because I feel like in the story there's people who want to go home and people who don't, and that's one of the things that I think makes it really compelling as an isekai.
Yep,
Because
the
I feel
people
like that's
actually
not
have
explored
depth.
nearly enough.
Yeah, a lot of times what ends up happening is the people in isekais are just so poorly written that they feel like they don't have any depth. They're just there with the strength.
Yeah.
And I've watched too many of those over the years, I swear.
And you get that right out the gate too, like with Akatsuki in episode 1.
But that is why it belongs in goated territory for me. If I had to put Sword Art Online on here, I'd probably put it somewhere in the middle. Because it kind of goes in flows. Sword Art starts out really strong, then kind of falls off for a while, and then finally picks back up again. But it just takes such a long time to get there. Let's see. It's time for another old one. G Gundam. I don't know how much you know about the Gundam series. Do you know anything?
I know they're good. I know that there are like a lot of like drama in them that extends beyond the mechas, and that's what really makes it interesting to me. I haven't gotten the chance to watch any of them yet, but I really enjoy when like there's that slice of life character arc aspect within an established setting.
So with this one, they do pilot mechs, except this time they're kind of more like Power Rangers mechs. They kind of have to pilot them with their actual like bodies. I don't know if you've ever seen Eureka 7.
I know enough about it.
But basically, yeah, they're integrated pilots basically, but every country is basically like a floating piece in space. So each of these countries have these Gundams representing them, and they're all facing off in a giant martial arts tournament over the course of the series that leads into some deeper stuff that I won't get into. But I just find it funny that they have basically martial arts, the Gundam series.
Sorry, I was muted.
No, you're fine.
Yeah.
I was wondering when you were going to notice.
No, I'd done it because I was clearing my throat. I'm congested today. Yeah, no, that sounds... I really like martial arts shonen, so seeing it blended with mechs is definitely not something I've seen before, even though I've seen stuff with like people piloting mechs with their bodies, a la Evangelion, a la...
Yeah.
That one that Trigger did that sucked.
So while I do say that this is one that everybody should watch, it does fall into enough patterns that I kind of feel that it belongs on the you should watch it, but it can wait. But it's something that everybody should watch at some point. Now, one of the more controversial ones on this list, let's see here.
Sorry, put an
Tokyo
asterisk in
Ghoul.
chat because I just realized I was about to launch a fucking 1,000 arguments by saying the bad mech show by Trigger. I'm talking about the actually bad one. The fucking one with that they did with A1 Studios where Trigger just dropped off after a certain amount of episodes. And it went to hell.
Yeah. I do recall that somewhat.
The one with the girl with the pink hair?
No. There's two of those, and I can't remember which one is which, but I know which one you're talking about. She was a dragon?
No, it's like B2 or A2 or something like that.
Oh, Nier Automata?
No, okay. I'm mixing Nier Automata up with I'm gonna have to look this up and tell you what I'm thinking of.
While you're doing that,
You can keep going, yeah.
the next one I have up is everybody loves to hate it. Everybody hates to love it. Would be Tokyo Ghoul, the animated series. And depending on how far down you have gone down the rabbit hole, you realize that a lot of people it's basically one of those things where they kind of screwed with the anime storyline and made it not match up with the actual source material.
Oh, really?
So
okay.
Yeah, it's one of those scenarios. But basically it follows the adventures of Kaneki, who started out as a human, but then for reasons unknown, this doctor put ghoul organs, which are... I can't really remember the origin of ghouls at the moment because it's been so long, but he put some of ghoul organs in him, and so now he's a half ghoul. So like he can only transform like one eye, he can only do partial powers, that sort of thing. And it basically follows his descent into madness and his adventures. But the anime gets so wonky the further on you watch in it. It's just like, am I watching a fever dream or am I watching an anime?
I love stuff like that. Okay. I'm gonna interject. I figured out the anime I was talking about, and also I want to talk about Tokyo Ghoul. The anime I was talking about was Darling in the Franxx.
Which one?
Darling in the Franxx.
Oh, I know. I've actually watched that entire season. I know exactly what you're talking about.
I haven't seen it, but I know enough about it.
But Tokyo Ghoul, for those reasons, I have to put as recommend, but I liked it, but I'm a sucker for cheesy anime or just weird stuff like that. So it just kind of is what it is. Pretzel, welcome in. I hope your sanity is okay. I know they've been surviving. I know they have to take shifts. But Darling in the Franxx, man, what a freaking trip. Jesus Christ. I've never had an anime turn a 180 directly in the middle of a season so fast as that anime.
Yeah, that's apparently, from what I've heard, that's when Trigger stopped working on it.
Yeah, well, it's like, it goes off the deep end. Let's just go that way. It almost feels like Mass Effect. I do recommend watching it. It is one of the more better animated anime that I've seen in a while. So I do actually recommend watching it just for that.
So, Tokyo Ghoul, you mean? Or Darling
No. Darling in the Franxx. Okay. But yeah, Tokyo
Ghoul had some solid visuals.
It does.
And the music, the sound of, like,
yes.
The OST, the music, wow.
Those are why I still enjoy it, but the storyline is a bit harder to follow.
My issue with Tokyo Ghoul was the way that the first season ended, and I'm not going to go into spoilers.
Yeah,
I don't know if that's
I understand
sort of where it divulges from the manga. Or
it did, I think so, because the other seasons weren't that great either. But I watched it for the sake of watching it, and it's just like, ugh. It was that bad.
I really liked the protagonist, and that was something that really that was making it so appealing to me, and sort of the way that the plot goes towards the end of the first season just put me off entirely.
Yeah. Now, for one that some people might have seen or not seen, Nichijou.
People haven't seen Nichijou?
You'd be surprised who haven't seen Nichijou.
That's like the first thing I recommend to people.
Yeah, if you're new into anime and you just want lighthearted silliness, Nichijou. I still find it funny, all the little mini stories that they have, like with I forget their names. Their names are drawn a blank for me, but the blue-haired girl, how many times the pigtails do things in each episode? Good lord.
Mm-hmm.
What's your favorite moments of Nichijou? If you remember any.
I'm trying to remember because there's a few that I loved. I love the fucking girl who draws like yaoi in her books, and people look at it and they're like, "Wow, this is really good. You should post this." And she's like, "No, no, I could never," because that was 1,000% me in when I was younger.
I have actually been there, believe it or not.
I remember there was a really good. I think it was a vending machine bit. Also anything with the fucking deer that comes
So
up.
I would just like to say, when you said vending machine, my mind immediately went elsewhere, because I kid you not, there is an isekai about a man that is reborn as a vending machine and his adventures.
This sounds weirdly similar to that one manga where someone married a fridge.
I haven't seen that one, but I'm not surprised. Marrying a fridge. Lord.
It's the same energy.
But the whole anime, because it's episodic, slice of life, it belongs in the goated territory for me. Now, probably the only absolutely never again anime that is on this list that I put for a point is this one, which a lot of people are probably never gonna heard of this anime. I don't even remember how I originally watched this anime. This is called Gyo Osei, Planet of the Beast King, and I would have to spell that for it to make any sense. But the anime basically follows this community that starts out in space, and apparently they run this prison planet below for reasons that have been lost to time, because I can't remember them at the moment because it's been that long since I've hated this anime. But over the course of the anime, they make so many stupid decisions one after another. And as this main character like grows up and everything, it's just like, was the writer just on crack the entire time he made this anime? Because I kept watching, hoping that things would turn out differently, and they didn't, even though the animation was that great. And then they make one particular decision towards the very end, like last episode, which is the biggest bullcrap you've ever seen in an anime twist. And it's just Jesus. It's just Jesus Christ. It's like watching a train slowly derail.
It sounds like it's a combination of one of those anime where shit just ramps up the whole time, but also it's so bad it's good, and that sounds phenomenal.
You watch at your own risk, but yeah, there's one specific moment at the very end that I'm just like, this is the dumbest decision this writer has ever made. And that's why it just has to stay at the absolutely never again bit.
Absolutely never again. I love that.
The only anime that's ever happened to. Let's see.
You enjoyed watching it, but you never want to watch it again at the same time? Is that what you mean by that?
Yeah, pretty much.
It's bizarre.
Now let's see.
I love so bad it's good stuff that I just want to watch it over and over, you know?
Oh, I completely agree. I'm trying to find my other, give me 1 second. I think I accidentally grabbed the wrong image. Let's see.
Can I get an F in chat?
Okay, that one's for the... So this one is the regular one. So Full Metal Alchemist and Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood. I know everybody loves to argue about these two. This one is specifically the first one. Full Metal Alchemist, the original. You still haven't watched Brotherhood?
No, I was. Well,
you really should.
When I was reading / watching, it was like when the first anime was coming out. And I read up to like the chapter with like the Chimera, and I was like, that's good. I don't think it's gonna get any better than this.
How little you knew. But yeah, so the biggest controversy with the first one is that towards the end, instead of waiting for the manga to be done, they just kind of went forward with the last few episodes, and that's why the story kind of went out the window.
Right.
But with Brotherhood, you get a much bigger story. It's entirely different from the first one, so I'm not sure. It's more in line with the manga, so I'm just kind of curious where a lot of the first one's differences came. They both have their different good points. I personally liked a few of the fights better in the first one, but the visuals are definitely noticeably better in the second one in Brotherhood. The problem with one of the endings that I hated with the first one is just how they ended some of the characters. But at the same time, I have equal complaints about the second one. Like why they did my boy dirty. But that's a story for another day.
Well, it's a story for after we get through these, if we have extra time.
Yeah.
That's what I'm telling myself.
So, Full Metal Alchemist, I probably have to put. You should watch, but it can wait. Brotherhood is definitely more of a you should watch it now for me. It's not quite as goated as I remember it being since I've rewatched it, but it's still definitely one of those ones I'd go back and rewatch on occasion. Okay. I grabbed 25 just in case, but we might have too many.
Are you okay if I just steal your titles for the tier list?
Sure.
Categories? Cool.
Do you need me to list any? Because
no, you're good. You're good.
Let's see. I'm trying to think of which one I want to review next. Have you ever heard of Lucky Star?
Yes. Oh, goodness,
this is one of the ones that. This is one of those few weird anime, kind of like Nichijou, that you tell people you've seen, and they're like, "I never thought you'd be that kind of person."
Lucky Star is one of those anime that I watched on YouTube separated into 20 parts that were 3 minutes long.
I've done that before, but with different anime. I don't. My roommate once watched this, and I just, for whatever reason, it felt like a good background anime. Like if you're doing something and you just want to listen to something.
Yeah, I haven't finished it. I got a little bit bored of it. I got about halfway through. I would probably enjoy it more now though, because I like slice of life and moe more now than I used to growing up. Because I didn't really get it, and now it's like, oh, life is shit.
Yeah, that's what turns off a lot of people is the animation, because it's way more moe cutesy than a lot of anime that were there for the time.
I just found the writing to be a little bit bland when I was first watching it, but I was also probably like in middle school.
It still is kind of. I still rank Nichijou above it, but I feel like it's when you should watch, but it can wait.
And like I know I really liked the music in Lucky Star, and there's like all the different character songs, and they're all pretty banger. And like the animation for the dance for the opening, it's just fabulous.
Do you like anime that have really good music bits?
Me, yes.
Have you ever heard of K-On?
I love Lucky Star.
I love K-On.
K-On is great.
My beige flag is that I cried at the end of K-On.
It was such a well put together anime.
Like I knew that the manga kept going, but I still cried that they graduate, which is not really a spoiler because they're students.
Now we're slowly getting into more obscure territory.
Don't worry.
So there are a few,
and just as many memes, if not more.
There are still a few big name titles in here. One of the lesser known ones is this one. It's more of a recent anime. It's called How a Realist Hero Rebuilt the Kingdom. So this dude accidentally gets summoned to this kingdom from another world, like through an actual like hero summoning type deal. And they find out that he's not actually a hero. He has no powers, but they were going to use him to trade him to another country for like protection or whatever. It gets real complicated.
Bluffing. That's interesting.
But
it's like fantasy politics.
yeah, but instead, this guy apparently is really smart. Slowly but surely, he helps rebuild the kingdom stronger than they were before through different like policies, decisions that he makes, and that kind of stuff. It does unfortunately have one downside that sets it out from being truly great, and that it kind of falls into a lot of the memeier animes that kind of attempt to push more towards a man on harem type thing, which I hate because it ruined a man with harem.
Oh, with
man
harem.
with many girls.
I thought you said man on ham.
Man on ham.
I was like, what's wrong with pigs?
Sure, let's go with that. Man on ham.
Maybe he just really likes to get down to a good club sandwich. Come on.
But yeah, just it's a lot unnecessary. I don't see it as much nowadays as I did back in the early 2000s. I'm looking at you, Negama. But other than that, it's just one of those tropes. It's like it could do without this. And he doesn't show much interest, but it's obviously there.
It's especially weird when the character is just not into it, and it's like fan service that the author is pushing on the character and on the audience.
That's the only reason I give it a pass, because it has almost zero fan service, which I appreciate.
Would you not say that harem tropes are fan service though? Because I would reason to say,
oh yeah,
that
the concept itself is, yes. But
yeah,
if it could have done without the weird relationships, then then I would have been much better with it. But the story itself was great.
I'd like to see like a good like harem or reverse harem anime.
Damn it, Jay.
I can't really think of too many though.
Jay said, like, man on ham, dude like pigging out.
Yeah, you're just getting down on a Subway sandwich. Not from Subway, a submarine sandwich.
Now,
I could go for some Subway.
Don't tempt me, wife.
Now, this one, a couple people may know of. This one's, this is one that I didn't think I'd like, but I ended up like, the Realist Hero belongs on You Should Watch It Now, regardless of the fan service garbage.
I also feel like a lot, like for me personally, I've built up so much resistance to fan service that it's so easy for me to watch it, you know?
There's a few though where I still roll my eyes.
Yes.
There was one I watched last season.
Rolling your eyes and still watching is different than like it ruins it for you, you know?
Yeah. This one's a little bit newer. It's called Brand New Animal. So there's
yes.
Oh, have you seen it?
I want to watch this. I haven't seen it yet. This was the first thing I think that came out by Trigger around when I stopped watching as much anime. And I was like, oh god, I need to watch it so much, but also I have so much shit to do.
I recommend watching it, but what it is, just basic synopsis, it follows a normal human girl in this world where, for some reason, people keep turning into animals. No one really understands why, but she wakes up one morning or one day and finds herself turned into an animal, and it follows her escapades on trying to get back to normal. And the story is just really, really good.
So I always wondered, is she a tanuki or a raccoon in the show?
A tanuki.
Okay.
She's definitely more of a tanuki.
Okay. I wasn't sure.
For reasons that I won't get into.
Okay. Just because stuff made in Japan can kind of conflate the two. I was curious if it was specified.
If you don't mind half the entire anime being furries pretty much, then I definitely put it in the You Should Watch It Now.
They're so well stylized, though.
They are.
Like,
They are.
I'm not someone who's averse to furries. I am fine with them in general, but like, I find these ones look really pleasing to the eye. Like, they're well designed characters.
They really are. Like, the whole art style is the other half of the reason you should watch it, hands down.
I'm just gonna shill for Trigger constantly. I'm sorry.
I just wish we had more World Trigger from Studio Trigger, but maybe one day. This one, I didn't bring a lot of the Digimons into play, but this is Digimon Season 3, Digimon Tamers.
Oh, this is the one that my wife has talked to me about.
Which one?
Digimon Tamers.
Oh yeah.
Guilmon, with Guilmon.
So good.
Yeah,
Sorry, my
Guilmon,
wife.
Terriermon, Renamon, Guilmon, and Terriermon. I thought it was one of the better put together Digimon stories. Because, like, you start out in the real world and eventually you make that crossover, but the way they do it is so much better than the original series.
Isn't Terriermon like a little bitch?
He can be.
Yeah, I've seen like screenshots
Now, the one
of
with,
Terriermon, and I'm like, this is my kind of Digimon.
Now, the one with resting bitch face is the fox, Renamon. She is the one that's got the cold shoulder.
Renamon is the one that's very popular on DeviantArt. That's where I know.
Oh yeah, unfortunately. But yeah, overall it belongs in the you definitely should watch it. Doesn't quite get there for goated status being a Digimon show, but I think overall it's really well put together.
This is one of her favorite anime.
Oh, it
That's
definitely
specific
rates
season.
in the higher. It rates in the higher versions of it for me. Got a few more. We got Mare, Marchin's Awakens Romance, made by the creators of Rave Master, before they just dropped,
Yes,
or after they dropped Rave Master.
I still need to watch this.
So I actually watched it online back before it was fully out, and I would sometimes have to wait months for the last few episodes because it just took that long for them to come out. It was insane, but I think the whole story altogether is well put together. I think all the story tropes like the magic, backstories, character development, all that is great. It does unfortunately fall into the DBZ trap. So some of the fights take way too many episodes.
Okay.
But overall, I think each individual character is great, and overall, the anime as a whole is just fairly solid. And the animation is not too snazzy either.
I'm really interested in this one, and to a lesser extent, Fairy Tail, because I loved Rave Master as a kid. I never saw the anime, but
I
my
never
school had the
finished
manga, so I would read all of the manga.
Yeah,
And I remember
unfortunately.
he had like really good dialogue writing, I think, and like the characters had a lot of personality, which I really
That's
liked.
why I like them. Some of them are a bit too tropey for my liking, but it kind of holds a special place in my heart.
As much now, but like when I was a kid, I fucking loved it.
But that kind
I don't
of
know, I
you
like
see
all
the
that
same
anime.
things happen with Mare, Marchin's Awakens Romance. So it kind of just stays on the you should watch it now section for me. It's just not quite there. Now one of my favoriteest goated anime of all time, Darker Than Black. I don't know if you've seen this kind of edgier, older anime.
No, I need to. This is
It's-
one that has been on my. This and Black Lagoon are two that have been on my like to watch for like a decade, and I just haven't gotten around to it for whatever reason.
Yeah, I don't remember the name of what they're actually called, but I'm just going to call them operators since I can't remember. But the operators have these special powers ever since this meteor storm thing happened, and they're employed as operators doing different types of dirty work and all that stuff. And you follow one very specific one the guy on the cover here, which I can't, for the life of me, cannot remember his name. But he's followed by this cat that can talk. I believe it's a cat. This white-haired girl named Nyin, I think. My memory's kind of failing me right now, but she's cool. And then this really old detective-looking guy, who's kind of like their intermediary. And it follows their group specifically on their different assignments and escapades. And you slowly get to know more about him rather than him just being a face. You get to learn more about his backstory and this stuff that's in his past that he doesn't want anyone to know. And it's just so well written and so well executed that I think it belongs there.
Yeah, this sounds really up my alley. I love that kind of like psychological thriller.
Yeah, and it's very, very dark and gritty.
I don't think I included too many on mine just because I know that that's like really a big bias for me, that I will disproportionately like really gritty, edgy stuff. And I kind of wanted to tone back and be like, let's show a little bit of everything.
Now, another one kind of in that same genre, Psychopaths.
I
Now,
was beating myself up forever about still not having seen this because I know the premise and I know it's so up my alley, it hurts.
so I do have some major problems with it after watching
yeah.
all 3 seasons.
It
So
definitely
it falls into the recommend but category.
it feels like something that would get fucked up if you look at it for too long. You know?
Unfortunately, that's more or less what happened. As the story goes on, the story just kind of keeps going on a flaming trail ride off to the side, not knowing where it's going till it ends up in season 3 with what the hell is going on.
I've heard people who've told me to watch this told me to stop after season 2 and just not keep going.
Yeah, if you watch season 3, it'll make you angry.
There was an anime I really liked that had a really fucked up manga, and they were like, don't read the manga. And then I was like, why don't read the manga? Don't read the manga.
I know at least one like that. Another goated anime, Steins Gate, and Steins all affiliated series of Steins Gate.
I still need to see the new one that came out, Steins Gate Zero. But I wanted to
It's really good.
The original before I watched.
So, fun fact: this actually began as a visual novel. So each of the different stories of Steins Gate are the different endings, kind of like how all the Fate Stay Night series are just different endings of the same story.
Yeah, I was thinking about putting one of those on my list because I've been watching those with my wife. But I think for me personally, like I've seen so much anime that I have so many favorites.
But yeah, with Steins Gate, I really enjoy it because it's more of a time-based thing than a lot more anime. So you have time shenanigans, and I do appreciate that.
I find that shit so scary. Something about time travel and time loops just...
Yeah, especially when you consider where he started to where he ended. I'm just like, what the heck? It was great. Just the way it was told was great.
Yeah, I do want to play the visual novel at some point, but also I hate reading.
I completely understand.
What visual novel?
Steins Gate.
Now next is a little bit on the weirder side, but still goated. Silver Spoon.
I would put it in You Should Watch It, but it can wait, personally.
Any particular reasons?
The vibe. Like, it's great. But the whole point is that it's like, chill. So save it for when you need it.
For me, I just feel like the way the story is told is excellently put together. And they show and they focus at the right spots at the right moment. It just all together is a well put together type anime. The downside right now, though, is with the Funimation Crunchyroll merger, don't think you can actually stream it anywhere.
Wait, really?
Yeah, it's not available on Funimation anymore. And it's not on Crunchyroll. So
I think
it's
I
just
watched it on Crunchyroll back when I watched it, but it was a very long time ago. I could tell you when I watched this. I record when I watch my anime.
but I have copies of it, so I'm good to go. But it's just like it's hard to recommend if it doesn't. I don't have anywhere to point.
Well, that's why you host a dinner party.
Now we got.
And if people come for free food, then you can make them watch whatever you want. That's
We
how
got
it
4
works.
left. We'll start with Ghost in the Shell, standalone complex.
I actually haven't seen Ghost in the Shell, but I did have to like write a paper on it in college for some reason.
It doesn't quite get to goated for me, though it is insanely close. You wish, Jay. You'd
Isn't
have to
it
come
like
over
one of
here.
Isn't it one of those series where like the quality is really different between the different installments? Like
Yeah.
I've heard that like there's one movie that's really, really good, and then the other ones don't really live up to it. It might be an OVA.
It's an OVA, and it takes place technically in a time frame prior to the events of Ghost in the Shell standalone complex. But it's better. It's more well put together than a lot of the other stuff from the series. But the regular Ghost in the Shell standalone complex, I thought was really good. It's kind of like a detective / edgy futuristic type thing going on. But there are a couple of instances where it's held back from being truly great, and a lot of it usually ends up with story direction, in my opinion. But overall, the animation's great, the direction is great, and everything. Just some slight differences in opinion.
I'm so pained because I looked at how long ago I watched Silver Spoon. I watched it while season 2 was airing because I have the note of Thursday in my notes for it, and I would write the day that it aired for stuff I was watching while they were airing.
Oh, I don't blame you. I've had days like that.
It was over 10 years ago now.
Damn.
Why does time pass?
Time stops for no person, not even me. But out of the 3 that I got, sir, why have you given me billions of Garys?
Can I have
My
one?
cleaning bill for the restaurant is going to be ridiculous today. Sure, take one. They don't feel very great.
Can I have all of them?
Sure,
Nice.
take their monkfishness with you.
I put them in my bag of holding.
But you do it, Jay. Only if you want to.
Don't worry, I poked
Oh,
holes in
Jesus.
the bag of holding. He can breathe
My
in there.
face.
Give you 10 subscriptions to the community. So many new
Jay.
fans. Thank you for the support.
Oh, now I gotta read names. All right, Jay, you didn't have to, but we appreciate it here with the 10 gifted subs. Let's see, we got D-Bone Capone, Chris Ball, Zinio Maud, Craigie Crago, BRB Lurking, Duchess, The Lollipop Knight, Zero King Studio, Mia 110 Elise, and a name that I honestly can't spell to save my life. Delvishkaba. Must be one of the developers from our indie games, if I had to hazard a guess. Maybe. I don't know. Congratulations on the stub, and thank you, Jay. I appreciate it. Let's see, I need to change the count. If I can actually click the right thing. Did definitely get some good hits. You good to
I just took some good hits too for that.
I don't know if I want to take any more. The one
No.
half was good enough.
Yeah, take it easy. If you've been drinking and you don't usually,
I have not. No one's donated bits yet, but I guess now would be a good time to remind everybody that these are the goals for today. Sometimes Nightbot will say it as well. I also have a command for it somewhere. I think it was !anniversary. Yeah, there we go.
So
But what it is,
I'm looking at the 7 to 9 p.m. slot, and you know the peach time meme?
I do
Where
not
it's
actually.
It's a Rage comic where there's just a face, and then there's a face in the next one with the peaches. It's peach time. I'm just imagining that with dwarves.
It's basically, I got a friend named Oddcog showing up. We got maybe Leshy, the non-binary dwarf, also joining us. A Grimscar, unfortunately, had to work today, so he might be around later, depending on how late I go. But yeah, we got a sub goal. If we hit 300 follows, we'll do an extra giveaway here on stream. For every 1,000 bits, I'll do a shot. I have to do that because unfortunately my personal tolerance to alcohol is low, sadly. So, better safe than sorry. We only
Yeah,
got
I think
three
sorry, I
left.
thought it was muted. I think it's important also to not burn yourself out. So, like,
Exactly.
take anything you need, or don't take anything you don't need.
Yeah, that's why I just basically, if it gets out of hand, I have a limit on how fast I can drink it. Nightbot, please.
It's okay. I was just sending the meme. Peach time.
I can post it. And hopefully Nightbot won't get angry.
It's a classic.
So silly. It's so silly but good.
I'm not usually huge on Rage comics, but that one is just a good one.
We only got a few left. We got Yu Yu Hakusho.
I still need to watch this. I literally have Hunter x Hunter in mind. But I haven't seen Yu Yu Hakusho.
For the uninitiated, it follows this guy Yusuke on his adventures as a spirit detective. After things go south, he dies and gets brought back as a spirit detective. That's all pretty much covered in the first episode. It's not really a spoiler. But there are a couple of things that unfortunately do keep it from being one of the greats. And the main one is after the main arc, it kind of goes off the weird end on these weird tangents and doesn't really deliver on the full story blow. So like the last give or take 60 episodes are just kind of So it's one of those ones that started out great and then just kind of slowly crashed and burned. But it's still worth the watch.
Maybe?
This one I have not actually watched the manga, unfortunately. Or read the manga, I'm sorry. It is still one of my top 10.
It came before Hunter x Hunter, right?
Don't know that offhand, and I don't want to say the wrong answer.
I believe it did. And Hunter x Hunter, the art style at the beginning is super simplistic and really charming. So I'm wondering if this would be sort of a similar time period and the art would look like how the mangaka's art looked around the start.
Looks like Papa says it was indeed before Hunter x Hunter.
Okay, so the whole manga would be in that cute style. Okay. I might think about reading that then instead of watching it. I've been thinking about picking up a manga app because I know Viz has one. And just reading it on my iPad because I have that more often than I'm at my computer.
Yeah, a lot of these, even though like this is my top 25, a lot of these I would still watch over others. Like Yu Yu Hakusho, I would still watch over a lot of these. Because some of these are like, they're good the first time through, but they're not really that great to rewatch.
Yeah, I definitely have at least one on my list that's like that too. But I haven't rewatched it. Maybe it's just as crazy to rewatch.
Like Steins Gate, while goated, is not something I'd really want to rewatch, but experiencing it was something all its own.
Yeah, for me, I want to rewatch Steins Gate because I want to watch the
Yes, to
new
get the full
series
picture.
with the other one fresh on my mind because I haven't seen Steins Gate in like a decade. So
is
I don't
pretty
remember all
old.
the details.
And then this one, some people might not know, because it came out around the time as the original Zoids with Bit Cloud, the blonde-haired guy on Toonami. But this is a different Zoids one called Chaotic Century. It came out about around the same time. I don't know how familiar you are with the Zoids.
But I think my wife likes Zoids.
I do.
Yeah,
I'm so proud of you for remembering that.
yeah, my wife likes Zoids.
So this particular one follows the story of Vaughn, that guy in the middle. He even has a time skip in the middle of the anime, which is kind of shocking, considering it's not as long as Bleach or Naruto. But it follows Vaughn and this beastoid next to him called Zeke. And through the early course of the first adventure, they basically bring a shield liger back to life. And these Zeke can also let them evolve and things over the course of the series. But I think that combined with the progression from being an absolute novice who doesn't know anything to the end of the game where or end of the show where he's like an adult here saving the world, it's just chef's kiss.
Sorry, did you say Liger?
Yes, Liger.
Yes.
So this must have come out like right when the first Liger was bred in captivity. Because that is not an animal that I've thought about in a very long time.
It could have been. I really don't know that answer, but it's highly possible.
Because I feel like when that happened, there was a lot of like media attention surrounding it.
And then the only last one that I brought to the table today was Witch Hunter Robin. Now, I don't know if you've seen Witch Hunter Robin. It's kind of an old one.
I think I've heard you talk about it.
I need to rewatch it before I make a final determination of it. It's been a minute. It starts out so it follows this organization more or less that employs the powers of this witch to help them, and people around the world have these witch type abilities, which is why they have a witch hunter. Overall, it's kind of got a dark and gritty feel, and over the course of the series, it's basically them just doing investigations and solving things until stuff takes a 180 and the story kind of flip-flops, and that's kind of where it ends up being you should watch it now but not quite goated. But overall, it's definitely one of the more unique animes out there. There's not really any that are quite in the same vein. It's a very difficult show to explain.
Is it like a little like Hellsing? Because that's the vibe I'm getting.
It is not. It's not as bloody or gritty.
Oh, so it's not that gritty. It's like less gritty.
Yeah, it's less gritty than that. It's still gritty, but it's nowhere near Hellsing gritty.
Okay. I don't
But
know.
overall, all the characters are great, individualistic, and all that. That's why I think it sets it apart from the rest. Zoids is great, Papa. You are correct. That's mine. How do you want me to display yours? You want to just throw up a screen share?
I can share my screen, yeah. Because I made a single-use one.
Yeah.
Just because I was anxious about making one, because they were like, don't make a tier list for something that's not going to be useful to a lot of people. And I was like, okay, I'll just make a single-use one. Here, let me know if you want me to, like make the window a different dimension. If that'll be easier for you to capture.
Let's see.
Also, I think I zoomed. It'd be better if we zoom in more, yeah. That way the images are bigger. I keep thinking of things now and being like, oh, I should have added that, and then I didn't, but a lot of the stuff that I am like on the fence about adding is stuff I haven't seen to completion.
Let's see. Should be this one. Oh, it's gonna show the whole thing.
You should be able to crop it with all.
No, not that one. Let's see.
You got a funky Discord theme.
I do.
Is it?
Oh, there. And that'll work.
Yeah. You can even crop out the window at the top, or the URL at the top, if you want.
Oh.
Oh, maybe not.
Yeah, I may not be able to. Let's see. Yeah, anything I do won't be able to really do much about it.
Alrighty, don't worry about it then.
I recognize a few of these. Some of these I do not recognize.
Yeah, I kind of just threw in a bunch of stuff. I was looking at what I'd rated everything to, because I have like all of my ratings that I gave it. So I put like anything that I gave a 10 and would still probably give a 10 on here. And then there was some stuff where I was like, why the fuck did I give this a 10? And there was other stuff that was like, why the fuck didn't I give this a 10? So I just kind of congealed it all here into 25. So the first one I have here is Aka 13. It's the way that I would describe this is like fantasy political drama, because I fucking love fantasy politics. And that's like another one of my biases, but also I wanted to put this one on here because it has one of the most fucking like gorgeous like character designs, and like the character designer did really well with all of the characters. Really cohesive sense of style. The opening is snazzy as fuck. But if you aren't really into the like political, or it's very much like diplomacy. It's a character who's going from like one territory to the next, trying to secure peace for a greater nation.
Makes sense.
So to say. Yeah, and it's fantasy in the sense that it's not a real world place, but it's pretty grounded. Like it's very, none of it feels like it's set in a world that is completely different than ours. And I think it's really interesting. I would put this under... Oh, I stopped doing these halfway through. So this one is Never Again. This I would say watch at some point, because if it sounds like something that would be up your alley, I would highly recommend it.
Yeah, I see what you're saying.
Twists and turns. But also if you're someone who really likes action and stuff, or you're someone who just isn't really interested in political drama and you want something else out of anime, like it's beautiful, but it's a lot of people standing around talking, you know?
Yeah, I have done those animes from time to time, but yeah, you have to be in the right mood to get through it.
I think it's just so visually gorgeous, though, that I think it really holds your attention. So next one I have is Danshi Kokosei no Nichijou, also known as Daily Lives of High School Boys. This is like the anime that goes hand in hand with Nichijou.
Yeah.
Because they are very the same energy. Whereas Nichijou is mostly female students, this is mostly male students.
Oh,
and
so it's basically the same thing.
It's very similar. The humor's a little bit different. It's like a little bit dumber, I would say, than Nichijou. Like some stuff is just like out of left field. I guess Nichijou is
what you
also
mean.
like that, but like
But yeah,
It
so it's
takes itself
basically
a
the
little
same
less
vibe as
seriously.
Nichijou.
yeah, but I fucking love it. There's some really great bits. There's like my favorite clip in it is there's this one part where a character talks about this character here talks about how he accidentally shaved his nipple off in the shower. And the other characters are freaking the fuck out, and he's just like, when are they gonna realize I'm fucking with them? It's very
It's still hilarious though.
juvenile humor, but it still holds up. It's pretty funny. I would say watch it now if you haven't. It's very light watching. It's very it's something you can put on too if you have like a person over and you're like, hey, want to watch something. It's really accessible. It's really light. It's pretty funny.
So you got Death Parade up next.
Death Parade isn't goated. Holy fuck, Death Parade.
I've seen
Visually
bits and
stunning.
pieces of it. I just have it on my list. I haven't been able to get around to it. There's quite a few on my list like that, actually.
Death Parade is one that I have as 10 out of 10. Like, wow. There's a lot of... It feels really intimate as a show, which is really cool. And like how you were saying about the show with the restaurant in another world, I think it was called, how each separate episode is about the people who are going there. Death Parade is very much like that, but the premise is that they are playing games to determine where they go in the afterlife. It's implied, it's suggested throughout. I don't know that it's outright stated at some point, but I don't think that knowing that that's the premise takes anything away from the show itself. And it is just beautiful, great OST, great visuals, great psychological thriller. It follows a woman who has amnesia and doesn't know why she's there, and the bartender who determines where people go in the afterlife. And it's just I don't know how to describe the plot itself because it feels very whimsical. It feels intimate. It feels fantastical. There is like thriller and horror because it does get there are some visual gore. Like, it is a little bit horror, which kind of just enhances everything, in my opinion. It's just fantastic.
Jay.
Absolute masterpiece.
Jay's just here in chat saying Death Parade says to stop everything.
Yes.
Watch it now. Best opening.
So Death Parade is like this show that's like very emotional, very intimate, thriller, psychological. But the opening is just all of the characters dancing and having a good time and having a party, and it rules. And it's
I have seen the opening.
It's like the opposite of when you're watching like an anime and something fucked up happens and then it goes into like the happy ending song. It's like the opposite of that.
I know what you mean.
Fun. Next one on my list is Durarara. I'm not sure if you're familiar with Durarara.
The name sounds familiar.
It goes in goated for me. I don't know. Have you seen Bakano?
Bacano?
Yeah.
I have a copy of it. It's been so long since I've watched it. I know it was about gambling.
So that is written by the same person who wrote Durarara. They're both adapted from light novels. And they're both stories that are told in a very similar manner in very different settings. So where Bakano is like, it feels a little bit historic fiction. It feels like there's the gambling themes. There's a little bit of supernatural, but not really too much. It feels more grounded. Durarara is a story told in the same style, but is urban fantasy. And it's about basically gangs that are standing off against each other, like for territory. But it's all conducted online on web forums, and it's just so the way the story is told is it will tell what's going on from one character and then switch to another, and it switches through like this huge cast of like 20 to 30 characters, and you slowly get to watch how all of their stories are like woven into each other, and it's fucking beautiful. Like, there is some problematic shit about Durarara, do not get me wrong, but the way that this has influenced my storytelling and the way that I look at narratives on a whole, like, it is so significant to me personally. And I think that for people who are really interested in storytelling, or people who are really interested in the setting or the premise, like, it's a great watch. Also, there's just it's got one of the best romance side arcs I've ever seen in an anime, and it's like so absurd, but it's so charming. It's like a character who's like pining for another character. It's a slow burn throughout a few seasons, and it's just fan-fucking-tastic.
Reminds me of the Wheel of Time book series. It's kind of told in the same manner. So each chapter is a chapter in that particular story's eyeballs. So when you get to the next chapter, it's another part and happening elsewhere, and eventually they meet back up again or crisscross.
Yeah, what's really cool to me too about Durarara is it does that, but also you kind of, I'm sure Wheel of Time does this also because I know it's a fantasy setting, but it's really interesting because it'll go from like a character to a character, and you don't know who is a normal human and who is involved with like the fantasy elements of the setting.
That makes sense.
Because there's one character that we know pretty early on who's a Dullahan.
Mm-hmm.
And you start to get bits and pieces of how other characters are involved, and it's just so interesting, and it's really exciting to watch, in my opinion.
Might have to put it on the list at some point.
I would say it's also one of the few things where I would say watch the dub over the sub, because it has a fantastic dub. Like, I am a hardcore subs person, and I would say watch the dub for this one. At least for the first season. I don't know about, like, the later ones. I don't know if it's done by the same people. Next one I have is Flip Flappers.
Flip Flappers?
Flip Flappers. I love Flip Flappers.
I've never heard of Flip Flappers.
It came out in like 2018, I want to say, like around that time period. And it's like a magical girl fantasy kind of. That's how I would describe it, but it's also got little bits of like interpersonal drama, it's got little bits of horror, it's got little bits of. And visually, it is just one of the most stunning anime I've ever seen. Yeah, I put it under watch it now. Like, holy fuck, the animation in that show is gorgeous. There's lots of sequences where there's no dialogue, there's no story, it's just characters exploring these fantastical worlds that they can go into when they become magical girls. And it's just...
Yeah. It makes sense from what I'm reading. Just read a little quick plot. I've seen a few anime kind of like this.
And it's 12 episodes, and in the process of the 12 episodes, you start to find out more and more about what's going on towards the end. And there's a lot of there's just like a lot of it starts out very slow and then builds up almost exponentially to the point where you're finding out all about these characters and who they are and why they're here and what's going on. I really like it. I've heard some people criticize it because they feel like it comes on too soon at the end.
I can feel that.
There's a lot of foreshadowing though, which I think is why I was more accepting of it, and you can rewatch it at that point.
Yeah, I've seen a couple anime like that, honestly, and it's really just the luck of the draw, but if you pay attention, it should make sense by the end from what you're saying.
It's also just visually so beautiful. Like, it has probably my favorite ending theme in any anime.
The graphics do look pretty good for an anime.
It's like the ending is like a storybook style screen with all the credits going, and there's like characters doing little short animation loops, and they're drawn like storybook style, and it's super cute. It's just phenomenal, and the animation is really smooth. My next one is Gatchaman Crowds, which goes in goated for me. It is one of my favorite anime. I am someone who hasn't seen the original Gatchaman. Because the original Gatchaman is like I think it's a Sentai show. It might be Nex. I think it's Sentai. I think it's Sentai Squad. And this is sort of a weird reboot that came 40 years later. And completely just did its own thing. And there's references to the original series, but it really feels its own standalone entity.
Yeah, it does sound kind of like a Sentai-based setup.
I love the characters in this one. I love the colors, the design, the art direction. Everything is phenomenal. It's so visually bright and popping and just delightful. It is also something with like a political plot that I think is interesting, that I don't know how much other people would enjoy, but also there's a lot of things in Gatchaman Crowds to enjoy, because it's just very... It's one of those things that romanticizes life and happiness and stuff. It's not in like a moe way, but just the protagonist is so inspiring to me personally, and I'm sure a lot of people. Another cool thing about Gatchaman Crowds is that there are canonically LGBT characters, which is pretty nice.
That is nice, because I know a lot of older style looking anime don't really have that built in the slightest typically.
It's very built around like being humanitarian and building community and working together. And I think it's just a really beautiful show. I don't think I wouldn't say it's super entertaining, but like it makes me happy to watch it, and I think that's enough.
That is enough, in my opinion. I've
I
quite
don't
a
like
few
the
anime
second
that do
season
it for
as
me.
much, for reasons that I can't go into because they're spoilers.
Yeah.
But I fucking love the first season. Also, there's a green cat girl, and I love her.
Yeah, there's a couple anime like that where the first season was great, second was kind of meh.
The second one is okay. Like, I wouldn't say it's bad if you really liked the first one. I just don't think it really adds anything. Hunter x Hunter. Watch it at some point. It's long. I'm not going to tell people to watch it now.
I already know the story surrounding it, so I completely understand.
Oh,
Lord.
with the hiatuses?
Oh yeah. Don't even get me started.
I just meant like... It's
Didn't
really
they do a
long.
reboot?
A reboot?
Or like they redid the art
anime.
style?
Oh, maybe. I don't know. I haven't
because I
gone
thought
back
there
and
was
read
a
the earlier
reboot.
chapters.
Yeah, I think there's actually 2 separate versions of Hunter the anime out there.
When they do that with manga, they usually only do the first volume, though, don't they?
I don't know.
Yeah, I'm not sure. But I'm talking about the anime in this capacity. I do read the manga. I'm not caught up. Hunter x Hunter, one of the best shonen I've ever seen. It's just a really interesting setting. It's got really interesting characters. It's got a lot of flaws.
Mm-hmm.
Which is like why it's like I wouldn't recommend it like as heavily as I'd recommend some other stuff. But it's so good and it's so well paced for a shonen, which I feel like is really hard to find in shonen when you like, as you were talking about, there's like Dragon Ball syndrome. You know?
Yeah, I do know what you mean on that one. Good lord.
But then again, in Hunter x Hunter, there's an arc that's like literally like a third of the entire story, so.
I gotcha.
But if you're just consuming it in an episodic way, I find that it is very well paced.
Yes, Jay, it is the guy with the teardrop tattoo on his face with the star. That's Hisoka.
Yeah, Hisoka is.
He's also disgusting.
Yeah, that's like Hisoka being in the show is like half of the reason I don't want to recommend it, because he is a fucked up character.
I see the next one on your list is JoJo, though.
Yeah.
As a specific
I did
season?
want to say a couple. I wanted to say a couple things more about Hunter x Hunter first, though. I think the thing that really draws me to it is that it's a shonen show where the characters aren't outrightly lawful good. There's kind of, it feels more like a D&D party where you have kind of a mix of goals and moralities, because one of the characters in the main cast is literally an assassin, and he's still best friends with the main character. Like the more you start to like see Gon operate, the more interesting it gets to me. And I love Kurapika. Kurapika is my baby girl. JoJo's. I actually haven't seen Stone Ocean, but it's my favorite manga part, so it goes in goated. I can't not put it in goated.
I've wanted to give JoJo a proper try, but the first 2 episodes of the first season kind of left me slightly salty.
Yes, they're setting up Dio as a villain and how
they went a little bit too far, in my opinion. But I get their point. But
he is a
overall,
major
from what I've
character
seen,
who comes up throughout various points in the story. He's a really well-written character to hate, in my opinion. I think it's fine to not like him and think he went too far, but I think that he's a really effective character, if only because of that, you know?
Yeah. But it is the most meme-worthy anime out there, I'll give it that, and that's kind of why I want to watch it.
JoJo's is like, is in like my top 3 for sure. I love... It's also just so inspired, like there's so many references to things, there's so much inspiration that the mangaka wears on his sleeve that shows through to the manga and the anime. Like all of the inspiration from Western music, all of the inspiration from both Japanese and Western horror. Like,
Jay, it is called JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. So you're not wrong.
Yes, this is... I specifically put up the image for Stone Ocean because Stone Ocean is my favorite, at least as far as the manga goes. I've only seen the first 4 parts of the anime. Yeah. Also, Jolena's my fucking wife. I love her so much.
They're all great, in my opinion. I don't think I've met a bad character. I've seen this scene with the gambler like half a dozen times, and it's just great.
Oh, yeah, the gambler probably speaks to you especially, I feel.
Mm-hmm.
He's a very aesthetic character. The next thing I have is Kaiba, which also goes in. Watch it now.
Doesn't ring a bell.
It is an anime that is very... It feels more artsy than a lot of other anime. It's very inspired by older anime, like 60s and earlier. And they try to replicate that style. And basically, it's a sci-fi sort of setting where where society has found a way to separate minds from bodies, and you can put your mind in another body. And it follows a character trying to find another character in this world where you have no idea what people are going to look like in the future. And it's just absolutely visually beautiful. It's got some great psychological themes. It's so
I'll have to put it on the
visually
list.
unique.
I've never
really,
heard of it.
It's really quick, too. It's only like, I want to say 10 episodes. It's just absolutely stunning. It's very... It's sci-fi, but it doesn't feel like sci-fi. It feels more like... Because I'm kind of picky about sci-fi. It's not really my type of thing, because I always feel really dumb when I'm, like, trying to enjoy stuff.
Understandable.
It feels very, like, personal, which is, I think, something that's really interesting.
Completely fair.
Kill la Kill. Kill la Kill goes in goated also. I'm just gonna put everything in goated, aren't I?
It's hard not to. I know very
Kill la
little
Kill.
about Kill la Kill, but I know.
So I watched it while it
some
was
of it.
airing. It's by Studio Trigger, my beloved, and it is just stunning. It feels very shonen without being shonen per se. It feels more like almost like Sukeban, but not quite. Of this character who is out to find the person who killed her father, I believe. It's been a while. With the other half of her blade, her scissor blade, because she has her blade is half of a pair of scissors. And she
I remember that much.
She finds the person who has the other half of the blade, who is the president of the student council at her new high school. And it gets crazy. It's Studio Trigger, so they do action and fluid animation so fucking well, and the music in this show. Oh, also about Gatchaman Crowds. Gatchaman Crowds is one of the best soundtracks I've ever heard too. But Kill la Kill, like, phenomenal music, phenomenal visuals, great character design. The plot is absolutely insane. And honestly, half the character designs are pretty insane. There's characters who literally change size. It's just...
It sounds ridiculous.
It's so visually delightful. And there's some great themes in it about being able to embrace your body and being comfortable in your own nudity and just stuff like that a lot of people, I think, interpret as fan service, but for me, I really interpreted it as like body positivity, self-love.
I completely understand what you mean.
Because you do see lots of characters completely naked at different points, and you don't see anything.
Also, thank you, Franz. I appreciate it.
It's a show where people just get more and more naked as the show goes on.
That's also what I've heard, unfortunately, but makes
My
up
next
for
one
it.
is kind of a meme one, Keijo.
I'm familiar.
Point.
I am familiar with this one. You don't have to go into too much detail.
Keiko is a show where women fight with their tits and their asses.
And it's hilarious.
But it's written so well.
That's why it's hilarious. You kind of want to keep watching it.
Like, it's such a ridiculous premise, but the world building is pretty on point, and like but also the writing is bizarre. Like, there's like a character who has like a ghost wolf in her ass.
Like, trust me, I've seen the moves. They get absurd.
It's the weirdest show ever, and it's so fucking fascinating.
Or the hypno jugs. Remember those?
There's a character who will like move her breasts back and forth to hypnotize people, and then when they're hypnotized, she'll knock them out, and it's just. The show is so fucking ridiculous. If you're just looking
One of them had drills, even.
Yes.
It was drills, not anything else.
The nipple drills, yeah.
Yeah. It's so silly.
The wolf one is the craziest one to me because she'll just like stand and lean forward and she'll go shooting backward. And it's like, how the fuck?
Some better things are left unsaid.
I understand if this is really not up your alley, but if it sounds like something that would be entertaining, it's a good watch. It's very
At least
silly.
once. Do it for the
And,
memes.
The characters all actually like they feel like more like slice of life characters in a sports. It feels like a sports anime, which is the insane thing. Like, I guess other sports anime does have like the crazy shonen shit happening too, though. Like Yoapeta. I can't remember.
I've never watched it fully
realistic.
myself. I've just seen it on the meme pages.
Yes, and I watched the dub for this, and it was pretty good too.
We're running low on time. What we got on your rest of your list? I know we got quite a few.
Oh, sorry. I thought we had another half hour.
Yeah, we can push it back a little bit. I don't think SpeedJ will mind. I'm assuming SpeedJ will pop back up in chat when they're ready.
Alrighty, sounds good. Well, next I have Vlog Horizon, which we already talked about.
Yeah,
I'll try
it's
to
just kind of
speedrun.
like. Well, don't do it too. Don't go too crazy. Like, we can chat for a minute for about them. But yeah, Log Horizon. It's either going to be middle of the barrel or somewhere in between for you, depending.
Yeah, I also have Mob Psycho, which I would also say watch it at some point because a lot of people do really prefer One Punch Man by the same mangaka, but that really didn't resonate with me because I'm not a person who loves action. I like there to be more going on.
I get into fights with Papa Phantom over Mob Psycho because it's actually on my dislike list. And I don't really care for it as a story. Like, the character is kind of boring for me. Like, the action sequences are okay, but like the story itself is just kind of like I could take it or leave it.
Yeah, I like that about it though. Like, I like that it's like a little bit more slice of life and more about the day-to-day life of this kid who's also doing crazy shit.
But it just never fully resonated with me for some reason.
And visually, it's just so delightful. Oh my goodness. One of the most gorgeous anime I've ever seen. So this next one is a bit of one that I don't think many people have seen, the Nagi no Asukara. It's called A Lull in the Sea is the translation, I believe. It's by PA Works. It's about these people who are like humans, but they live underwater. And they're trying to get along with the regular humans more. And it's just, you've probably seen at some point like a GIF of scenery from this because it's just absolutely like stunning.
For a
Most
second there, I was
beautiful
going to say it
backgrounds.
was going to be Blue Sub 6, but that's a different show altogether.
It's very much more like a character drama though than anything else, this one. Which is why, like, I don't think people would super like it. I really like it.
I gotcha.
And there's some interesting twists and turns that happen in the story. It's very much like character arcs all kind of happening and arcing in and out of each other.
Gotcha.
I really like it. I don't know that a lot of people would resonate with it as much, but there's some great twists. And you're probably not going to be spoiled on them because it's kind of a deeper cut.
I do recognize about half of the items on your remaining list, though.
Yes, Pop Team Epic. Watch it at some point. Pop Team Epic, I read more of the manga than the anime, but the anime just takes it to a new level. Absolutely
It does.
perfect.
It is PJ. Hey, PJ, we're running a little bit behind. Just wanted to give you a heads up. We'll be finishing up soon.
Next I have Madoka, which I think people should watch if they haven't, just because spoilers. I have such a complicated relationship with Madoka fans, though. Oh my god. Like, half of the fans are people who would swear they would never watch a magical girl show but love Madoka, but they will refute that any other magical girl show is good, and it's just like...
Well, it's also a dark magical girl show for the uninitiated, so do not watch it with a faint heart.
But I would say that magical girl shows, even intended for children, do broach pretty dark topics at times.
The ones I have seen have like there's this one new anime that involved a character named Peeps, and the origin of magical girls was pretty sad.
Next one I have is Punchline.
Why does this sound familiar?
This also goes in C because I fucking love it. It's one of my favorite anime, but it does feel like an ecchi. Because the literal premise of the show is that if the main character sees a pair of panties, his power activates. And it's
it's that anime. I remember seeing a stupid trailer for that anime, and I'm like, are you freaking kidding me?
It's very tongue-in-cheek. It's very self-aware. The characters have absolutely ridiculous pun names.
God.
Like there's one character whose name is literally the onomatopoeia of breasting boobily.
What? Are you serious?
Yeah, like it's
God.
But the other thing is that this show has some crazy fucking twists and just is an absolute ride from start to finish.
That's how Blood Blockade Battlefront is for me.
And I'm okay with this being ecchi because it doesn't feel like
it's forcing the subject.
Demeaning?
Oh, I know what you're talking about.
Like all the female characters are friends with each other. They'll care about each other. Like they're proper characters, even though there are silly, ecchi things happening. And they feel like they're still compelling and interesting, and the main character isn't not objectifying them, you know?
Yeah. No, I completely understand.
Try to get along with them, and there are some crazy twists. It gets very sci-fi. There's some cult shit. It gets crazy. There's time loops.
Jesus. Sounds like the whole
One of my
yards.
favorite, but I do think that the ecchi could put a lot of people off. Rose of Versailles also goes in C because this is very self-indulgent. It is the shoujo of
I've
shoujos,
heard of
the
it.
mother of all shoujos, where characters have eyes that are the size of their head and just stare at each other for like 30 seconds at a time without saying anything. I love it.
I think it's in Crunchyroll's back catalog. I haven't watched some of the old stuff.
if you're noticing a theme that I like anime about politics, this is another one for that list, because this is about the French Revolution. It's historic fiction about a character who is a girl but was raised and her father told people she was a boy so that she could participate in the military. I don't know if it's ever explained why.
That
That's
goes
just sort of the premise
sometimes.
for it. And she is very gender. And she's very hot. It's very silly to watch, though. You'll just be like, it's so shoujo, it's comical.
Yeah,
But
just
I
looking
fucking
from
eat that shit up.
the picture, it looks like that.
It's getting a new movie, I think, either this year or next year, and I'm very excited for it. It looks really good.
Dang.
Next one is Samurai Flamenco.
I've heard of it.
Watch this one now. It is a wild ride from start to finish. It is one of the most insane fucking things I've ever seen.
So I actually dropped this one. I watched about 2 or 3 episodes and just got bored with it.
Okay, so you dipped before it started escalating. If you'd hung in there a couple more episodes, shit starts escalating like crazy.
I do remember it may have been a few more episodes past that, but I do remember it escalating, but it just wasn't ever enough to keep my interest, but it seemed like it would have been for the right people.
No, it definitely escalates. Like, I will tell you in DMs later, but I don't want to say
That's
some of the
fair.
stuff that happens, just because the entire premise of the show is that it's a guy who dresses up like a superhero and goes out to do vigilante action and punish crime doers, and it just goes so far off the rails. It's fucking insane.
Yeah, that's
There's
about
also
what I
like a
remember
very
from the premise.
homoerotic subplot with him and a cop that I think people used to call queer baiting. I don't remember.
Maybe.
This is an old Tumblr discourse. Next I have Space Dandy. Watch it at some point.
I had
very-
a hot take about Space Dandy though on the Papa's tier list. Good lord. It will never be in my top anything.
Space Dandy is very... It feels like a Western cartoon.
That's what I've been told.
Strawberry Panic.
See, Papa's over here being like, Space Dandy is so good. How dare you, sir? So, I don't like it. But what was it? You said Strawberry what?
Strawberry Panic.
I know what Strawberry Panic is.
I can't recommend this to people.
For the uninitiated, it's a Yuri.
Yeah,
So it's girl on
actually
girl.
a
So
ripoff. It's a ripoff of another really popular shoujo ai called, I think, Maria Sama ga Miteru, which is like, it's another shoujo ai girls love that's set in like a religious school. But for some reason, I just really like the terrible ripoff way more.
yeah, they made an anime that my old roommate watched once before.
I don't know. There's also like so much problematic shit in it. Like,
Or maybe it was an OVA. I can't even remember anymore.
the main love interest feels kind of predatory lesbian, and also there's just some really weird shit going on throughout.
That's what I remember.
So I
from
don't know
it.
that I can recommend it, but man, do I love women. And I watched this when I was like 17, so it was like life-changing for me.
I believe it.
Next one is Gurren Lagann. Goated, go watch it.
The
if you
drill that
haven't.
shall pierce the heavens.
100%.
Gurren Lagann is another one of those things too, where I think it does a time skip in a really interesting way, and I wish more shows explored.
I just remember it being a top tier anime from step 1 to step 21.
Yep. Tokyo Mew Mew again. See, this is something that's
Now, are
really
we talking
personally
the original
important
or
to
the
me.
remake? Because they made a
Original.
remake.
I haven't seen the remake yet.
Okay.
I'm talking original, not
I'd agree
for
with you on
kids,
C.
the manga and the subtitled. Because 4Kids fucking... Oh, they did some changes in this show that make me so mad. Because there's, like, two characters that are, like... Where, like, one of them, in a later episode that never made it to 4Kids, tells another character that she loves her. And, like, in the original, they're, like... What, like... 13
Now
and
they're throwing
14,
more
and then in the
Garys at me.
4Kids version, they're, like, 18 and 13, and it just ruins... Why did 4Kids do this?
4Kids did a lot of things that we recommend, like throwing Garys at their favorite streamer, me. Just kidding.
Tokyo Mew Mew is just... It was my Maho Shoujo show that I saw when I was a kid. I also liked Do-Re-Mi, but Tokyo Mew Mew, the cat girl, come on. Come on.
Exactly.
I also loved Zoo Tycoon, so all the endangered animal stuff really spoke to me.
Now, I only recognize one of the two of your last one, and it's not the first one.
This one here is actually my favorite anime, called Tsuritama. I would say watch it at some point. It's an anime about fishing, and having anxiety. And also, there's aliens. And also a secret society with a goose.
And my buddy has been wasting all of his channel points to throw Garys at me, and now Jay just dropped a giant Gary in my ale, and now I'm gonna have to freaking get a new drink of ale. Shame on Jay. Sorry, what? You have to forgive me. What was it about? I'm sorry.
Fishing. And
Fishing and the
having
anxiety.
anxiety. And secret societies and aliens.
I'd watch it. Sounds
It's
silly
12
enough.
episodes. It's delightful. It feels very slice of life despite all of the shit that's going on.
Makes sense to me.
I love it. It's one of my favorites of all time, if not my favorite of all time. My last one is Zombieland Saga.
I've heard of it.
Watch it at some point.
Yeah, I heard it was about some. It's about a girl group which is made up of people who have seemingly died at random different points in time from different
Yes.
eras.
Which is really cool. Because there's like the main character is recent. Like she gets killed by Truck-kun in the first episode.
Yeah, I remember that.
And then you've got like Yugiri, who she was like a sex worker, I believe, in like the 1800s. She might have just been an entertainer. I'm not 100% sure of the exact stuff. It's been a hot minute.
Yeah.
But she's like an old-fashioned, like, think burlesque entertainer kind of energy. From then. There's this character and this character who are like more recent. One of them was actually a famous idol before she died, which is, I think, this one. I always mix these two up. You got the 90s Sukebon girl. She's my fucking wife. And Lily, who is very beloved because she is a canonical trans character and she is super adorable.
Sounds adorable.
Yeah, she's like 10 and she's just hanging out with all the girls in the girl group. They're zombies.
Makes sense.
Oh, there's also one girl who's just absolutely fucking feral and doesn't act like a human person. And she's also phenomenal. Her head detaches and gets put back on. And you get to see them like rap in one of the first episodes. It's insane. This show is insane. I fucking love it.
I have to keep that in mind. It's been on my list to watch for a hot minute now.
Yeah. And oh, another fun thing about it is so people were like mad about the one character being trans. So for the second season, they changed the colors of the bows in her hair from being blue to pink, so that her hair with the bows was now a trans pride flag.
That's hilarious.
Which is such a phenomenal fuck you to people, and I love it. The music is really good too. They have like songs in every episode almost. I'm just also a sucker for idol stuff. Like I loved
Like
Love
K-On?
Live. K-On to a lesser extent. I'm talking like Love Live,
I gotcha.
Idolmaster.
I haven't
Yeah.
watched most of those, but I know what they're about. The idols and everything. Just never gotten around to it.
Miku.
You know, my experiences with anime are a bit more across the board than most people. Yours definitely kind of leans into the more cutesy end of it, from what I can see. But you still like your different things, like anything from Studio Trigger, or for instance, Space Dandy.
Yeah, these were my personal favorites. I was saying maybe if we want, we can do another one another time with stuff we'd recommend. Because like I said, there's a lot of these that I wouldn't necessarily recommend. Like anything.
I know, I get that. I
See
get
and half
that.
of the stuff and watch it. But some of these are just really accessible, and I think.
I just have too many choices to count.
No, I getcha. I just have watched a lot of things that I didn't think were very good also.
Oh, trust me, I've been there. Like the one isekai. Well, thank you, Q. Thank you for the happy anniversary. But yes, I know exactly what you mean. The one with the vending machine as the guy that reincarnated into it. That one, I'm like, I'm already this far in. I've got to finish it. But I'm like,
So
why
you
did I
lost
finish it?
Fallacy?
Yeah.
I've done that. Alright, I'm gonna let you go so that you can do your thing with SpeedJ. I don't want to hold you two up too long because SpeedJ said they might have to leave early.
Yep. I'm going to take a quick break real quick, and then we'll get set up with the next person. Thanks for stopping by, Laurel. I appreciate
Of
it.
course, anytime.
Yeah, we'll have to do
fun.
another one of these. Do another one of these at some point in the future, definitely.
Yippee!
Until then,
Okay, I
I'll
will talk
catch
to
you later.
Have fun. Good luck.
Thanks. All right, everybody. Let me go step away for just a moment, and I will be right back.
Wow.
Yes, it's a bird. It's a plane. It's. No, I was just making some food. I am hungry. Let me grab this BJ. Let's see here. First, let me grab the game. Tell me. What's this? BJ, do you want me to just call you? Or do you want me to hop in a chat somewhere? So I did hear hydrate. Look how creepy it is. Let's see. Oh, there it is. Oh. There it goes. Why, hello.
I didn't know what was happening there for a second. Your goodness.
Yeah, it disappeared.